Yeah, all right. Stream Raiders being down makes me feel pretty down. Wow, those are some shiny reflective sunglasses. Those are definitely not, you know, you don't want to have anything inappropriate on the screen with these bad boys on. These those aren't that is definitely gonna be a little weird. Anyway, yeah, no Stream Raiders. We broke it. Our record was too strong yesterday. So we broke it. We broke it. Yesterday was a fun time, guys. I had a really fun time yesterday. Playing some no, fuck off, man. We're not doing that. Do that again. Get out of here. You know I don't tolerate that level of disrespect. We did really well yesterday. It allowed us to It allowed us to get our 45 tickets done, and then I got to spend time with my family, which is always good. I worked on some stuff last night after the show. I will admit I was a slacker this morning. I stayed in bed like way longer than I should have. So somebody told me that Stream Raiders is doing an update for unlimited duplicate troops. I don't know. I did not know Stream Raiders was down. I don't know what they're looking into. All I know is there's an image missing. Why is the frame missing? Oh. What is going on with everything today? Why is everything breaking? So let me take a look at this real quick. Things are it's like it's got to be Monday, right? Because everything was going so well. But yeah, there's Steampunk 50/50. Yeah, you're supposed to. Hold on, I know what the problem is. It's right there. And somehow my chat got deleted as well. Not a good time. We're gonna go in here. Oh, Karthos just subscribed. Appreciate that. Don't know why we didn't hear the sound effect. Cat in the hallway. Get this link. Top image, top header on or dual video. No. Save that. Get that link and then do browser and then that. There, that should have fixed it. It's Monday and stuff not working. Sounds like a Monday. Yeah, like sounds like a Monday. Definitely sounds like a Monday. Don't know why. Don't know why my cat's out in the hallway screaming hysterically. So you sound so excited about my turn. No, I was actually on the other screen figuring out. One thing I'm really bad about in Stream Elements. I'm really bad in Stream Elements is that I will tweak things, and I'm not really good at naming them, and then I make a copy and then I don't go into the copy. I go into the original. So was hoping to get back into Stream Elements. Yeah, let me pop over there and let me see if I can find out what's going on. I didn't see an announcement for the maintenance. Today at 4 o'clock, we're in our testing steps of maintenance and uncovered an issue that requires us to extend the maintenance by 30 to 60 minutes. So hopefully within the next hour, Stream Raiders will be up and running. That would be the goal. Yeah, there we go. Everything on this overlay now is where I want it. I'm building some new overlays. I'm trying to have things, I don't like how Stream Elements handles all the widgets. Prefer how Streamlabs has it, but Stream Elements has an IG augment to use. Well, a big argument to use. To be honest, if you're okay, I hate Streamlabs. I hate Streamlabs because number one, you can make any one little change. You can make any one little change in Streamlabs and then completely screw up your entire show. And then there's no way to undo it. I also don't like Streamlabs because it doesn't do a very good job of not stealing open source software and trying to copyright it. That's a big one. That's a big one. Number 3, Slobs, Streamlabs OBS. Doesn't have the ability to, about 95% of what people develop. Go away. About 95% of what people are developing for OBS doesn't work in Slobs. When you get down to the Stream Elements versus Streamlabs, Streamlabs is better for like a brand new day one streamer, but I give the advice of learn OBS Studio. This stream is not sponsored by World of Warships. Life, I'm telling you. Yeah, Stream Elements has just completely lost its mind, man. Stream Elements has lost its damn mind today. That's not one of the producers. That is my daughter's cat. That is the deaf cat. And if I let her come in here and start, she'll rant for 45 minutes because she's deaf and she doesn't realize she's obnoxious. Normally I'm okay with it, but I am, as you can see, something is going on today and it's bothering me. And like my whole day, my whole show, everything is just like, I don't like when things don't work. It like really irritates me. So when things start breaking, I get very, 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 yeah, Skynet's taking over. But no, I tell all new streamers, I say, I understand the appeal of slobs. I just wish I wouldn't have to create an overlay for every single widget. You don't have to create an overlay for every single widget. You stack them. You stack them all in one overlay. Everything on the screen, the recent follower, all at the bottom, the gauge, the metal bar. Oh, I appreciate that. 1,500 bits. Thank you for that. That's exactly what I don't want. Yeah, that's exactly what you do want. That's exactly what you do want in Stream Elements. That's exactly what you do want. You don't think you want it, but you do. Because then you can't ever have two things on the same layer. You prioritize them. It's no different than OBS. You can't put two sources in OBS as the same priority. Every single thing in OBS is prioritized, how you stack it. So when you upgrade a single package, you break 10 million dependencies. I know some about that. I may have accidentally, once upon a time, broken something really important in the military. It's not my fault. They told me to do it. They didn't tell me there was no undo. That's two people. Hype train is close. Make me wear a funny hat. So, appreciate that. Give, Sprocket, give. There we go. I gotta put a different funny hat on. Different funny hat coming up. One of these days I need to figure out how to make all the buttons work nice and easy so I can do this automatically. There we go. Little choo-choo. Where the hell's our choo-choo? Where's our... Oh, because it's the choo-choo on the bottom is only for subs, not for bits. Yeah. The train has to be selected for subs or bits, and I have it selected on subs. So that's the other thing that was wrong. Why is that? Oh man, I'm telling you. I think my OBS got possessed by the devil. Hey, level 2. Cool. I always like when we hit level 2. So, What'd we get today? Let me go over to my normal segment scene, and we get the oh, I know what part of the problem is. Yeah, that's part of the problem. These windows are in the wrong spots. Oh, yeah, that's gonna make a whole big difference. Make an absolute big difference. So, we got this today. Now presenting the update letter. I'm very happy we got the update letter, right? Happy New Year. 2021 was quite the year for us here at Intrepid Studios. Despite the continued pandemic, we successfully launched our Alpha 1 test, gathered tons of great feedback from our glorious community, moved into our new office space, and ended the year with a big announcement that we're developing using Unreal Engine 5. As we continue onward towards our Alpha 2 milestone, we will have plenty more to share with you, from prototype of the systems to the character creator and more. If the winter holiday break has kept you busy with family and friends, we have a handy recap with some of the recent updates. Now, I love it, except I hate it. Visually, I hate this, because visually, there's an error, there's a button here, right? And when I do that, it takes me over. But these aren't lined up. These aren't lined up right. Desktop publisher in me, the visual advertiser in me does not like this. Does not like this. Okay. Different fonts, different lineups. You got the underscore bar here. I think this. This, I know it triggered me. This layout makes me lose faith. I know it sounds like we're being nitpicky. I get that. And some people are going to say, can't you just be happy that you got the announcement? Yes, I can. But as a desktop publisher, as a visual graphic guy, as a marketer, right? And I just got hired to write a white paper for a company on marketing. And so I'm like, I had all the textbooks out earlier. I had the whole stack of books up on my desk. I was writing, I was pulling quotes. That's also why my day is kind of messed up, because I don't like work to get in the way of other work. So I should have gotten up earlier today and gotten everything done. But they need to clean this up. There needs to be like bars, like Unreal Engine 5, watch our Unreal Engine preview. I don't get why this is here. And then these aren't the same consistency. Now, guild gathering and dev discussions, this is good. This is good. I like this. You got that jagged bar, double line text, discuss now. This is good. So this is the level of consistency they need to bring up here. Go work for Intrepid. I'm retired. I don't want to work for anybody. I want to work for myself. I'm busy enough being retired. Now, I do like the fact, I want to give them mad props. I love this. They have started to add meat into the letter. So I'm gonna give them like a B+. I'm gonna give them a B+ today. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that are useful. And then the last call on the shop packages, they're making that smaller and smaller, which is good. Stop treating your monthly mailer like it's an advertisement, right? I get that their purpose is to make money, but that's every other company, not your company, because you say that you're fully funded to the launch candidate. So if you're fully funded to the launch candidate, why do I feel like everything you're always doing is advertising? Remember, marketing, where's my notebook? Because I wanted to share a quote with you guys today from the white paper I'm writing. Marketing is every bit of contact your company has with the outside world. Every bit of contact. Everything you do right? Everything you do in your company is every single thing you do is marketing. You're never not marketing. Okay, you are never not marketing. Advertising is when you're trying to get people to open their wallet and give you money. Again, there is nothing wrong with a company doing advertising. There is nothing wrong with a company doing that if they need money. But one of the pillars that you've like one of the cornerstones of your building, of your community, is that we're fully funded. But so many things that they do make it look like, nah, just kidding. I think they need to stop talking about being fully funded. I think that at some point, Steven needs to sit down with a content creator or just do a fireside chat and talk about how, okay, we were fully funded in 2017 for 2 to 3 to 4 years of development and a staff of 100 people. I don't believe anybody is going to get mad if after Alpha 2, you can't do it before Alpha 2. If you do it before Alpha 2, you look like you're pulling a Caspian. I don't think anybody's going to get mad if after Alpha 2 you say, okay guys, want to let you know, there's a lot of features we want to put into the game. But you have to remember how far over the development timeline we are, how late we are. And I don't think anybody's going to get mad at that. See, honesty is the best policy because honesty is always genuine. Honesty is always genuine. It's like Star Citizen. Chris has said many times they have what they need already, 400 million, but money keeps pouring in from backer supporters. So my thing is, I'll talk about Star Citizen. If you already have what you need, then why 2 years ago were you $7 million away from broke? Because 2 years ago at the end of their fiscal year, they were $7 million away from broke. Let me tell you, $7 million doesn't pay the bills when you have 500 plus employees. But then they got $44 million in angel investors. If you have all the money that you need, then why are you still selling ships that generate work? Because every time you do something, every time Intrepid does a cosmetic pack, that's 6 things that they have to build. So I think honesty is the best policy. If you need to start selling more, cosmetics, then sell more cosmetics but then tear down the paywall and let people, we talked about this, I have a video on it on my YouTube, tear down the paywall, let everybody who can afford to spend $25 on one cosmetic because they want that one cosmetic, let them do that. I don't think making money is bad. I think making money is bad when you've said we don't need to make any money. I am completely done with ArcAge. I will go back for ArcAge 2, but I'm completely done with ArcAge because everybody, I put out a video that said Cacao should delay the fresh start. Cacao should not do a fresh start server on the same day they're getting ownership of the product. And what they should do is they should sorry, Tamir had to come in from town. They should absolutely just take over the product, take over the legacy, see how things flow out, and then they should not do the fresh start server. Not do the fresh start server until they kind of get their feet underneath them. A bunch of the community backlashed at me and they're like, no, they need to do it now because they've already told us and we took time off and this, that, and the other. And I said, so hold on, let me get this straight. You want them to launch the the Fresh Start server on time because 100 or so people took time off from work. Well, look at it now. The Fresh Start server, completely garbage. Fresh Start server, mostly dead. Sorry, guys. We had a scheduling conflict, and I have to eat at specific times. Assuming I can keep this down. They're planning on expanding to around 1,400 to 1,500 employees by the end of 2026. If they're planning on expanding to 1,400 to 1,500 employees by the end of 2026, Star Citizen doesn't have a launch date anytime before 2029. What the hell do you need 1,500 people? They already have over 1,000? I thought they only had 500. Can you give me documentation that says they have over 1,000? Because the last I checked, they had 500 employees, but I haven't checked their financials for 2 years. Is this game launches with 1/10 of the life you bring to the stream every damn time I'll be in glory? Yes. Again, 750. Can somebody, don't read out loud? Too bad. You face smash your keyboard? You just roll your fingers? Is there a lot of info on ArcH 2? No, there's no info on ArcH 2. They have not talked about any of the features of ArcH 2. But yeah, if anybody has info that they have a quote that says we have this many employees, that'd be great. Last time I saw their payroll, they had 500. Question for Node Siege. If they go with red versus blue, would you always want your team to be blue? Yes, your team is always blue. The enemy team is always red. Because blue are allies, red are attackers. Your brain is just programmed to acknowledge red as the enemy. Yeah, friend and foe colors. Do it like League of Legends, allows you to choose and also works for colorblind people. I mean, yeah, there will be a colorblind mode for Ashes of Creation. You know there'll be a colorblind mode because the creative director is colorblind. So, actually, I couldn't believe this until years and years and years ago. The reason why Korean games don't generally have colorblind mode is because colorblindness in Koreans genetically isn't that common of an occurrence. So being a more xenophobic culture, they never thought to think about what their target audience outside of their own country has. They don't suffer from colorblindness. I mean, colorblindness is pretty rare, but they don't have colorblindness at nearly the rate we do. How's the hiring been going for Intrepid? Intrepid's north of 130 employees, minus how many people may have departed. It's kind of hard to keep track of them all the time. So a new studio is being built in Manchester that will have more than 1,000 employees over the next 5 years. Okay, so they're bringing in 1,000, so they're going to be at 1,700. Yeah, no game date yet. So yeah, guys, if they're building if they're building a studio for a 5-year plan, and 1,000 employees, the game's not, the game's not coming out anytime soon. Is there a good balanced number of employees to settle until launch, say 150? Remember, every employee brings in capability. So, when you're talking about bringing in employees, what you're really talking about is, what capability am I bringing in? Because you don't bring in employees for the sake of bringing in employees. Which is why several people are confused why they're bringing in another senior community manager. I don't know the inner workings of Intrepid Studio, right? I mean, I'm not paid to know the inner workings of Intrepid Studios. So I don't know why they're bringing in another senior community manager. With that said, they are. So you like the music playing along? Yeah, this is all mine. This is all available for all my fellow content creators, DMCA free. Own a restaurant, own a bar, you want smooth jazz. I have over 100 songs on Spotify and PGN Music, the YouTube channel. I'm trying to build up that collection. Gonna be doing some stuff, tomorrow and later this week. I don't think someone helping Margaret is a bad move, although at this state of the game, it isn't needed yet. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you already have the community marketing lead. You have the senior community manager. You have another community manager, and you're bringing in yet another community manager. That's all fine. But what are you managing at the moment? Like, you're certainly not banning accounts, right? You're certainly not banning accounts that we've identified as having been sold. So, and that's one thing. That's one thing Intrepid's gonna have to get. Didn't they need a Jeff replacement? Oddly, you say that. Who should be the new? Oh, did I say creative director? Oh shit. Let me go. Let me go fix that. Typos. Man, today is not my day. Oh, you know what? I know why I'm so messed up. I know why I'm so messed up. I hurt my back the other day, and I took a painkiller, and it's been messing with me ever since. You guys know I wasn't hungry. I mean, I was hungry too, but I had lunch. I had a couple of chicken strips or chicken breasts for lunch. But no, I took a narcotic painkiller the other day. You guys know that I beat my addiction to narcotic painkillers years ago. And I've kind of been messed up after taking that. Lead game designer. That's why I only took the one, and I don't want to take anymore. Let's try that again. There we go. Who should be the new lead game designer on Ashes of Creation? You guys know that if you're on my Discord or you're here on Monday, you guys will always get an early sneak peek at my Tuesday video. How did I hurt, or why did I hurt my back? I was moving a car that I don't think the transmission was fully going into neutral. I think I was fighting against it in either drive or reverse. That 2007 Ion has now gone to the Happy Hunting Grounds. I donated it to charity. So somebody out there will get a car after they get the transmission rebuilt. Sorry, it didn't help, but hey, doesn't sound like it's enticing you or anything, so cheers to that. Yeah, it helped. I'm not in pain anymore. If you guys were here on Friday. My back was messed up on Friday. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't even put on my steampunk clothes. Yesterday I needed help from Tamir. I had to have her hold the jacket so that I could slide my arms in. But yeah, V-Man, I'm really pissed off about yesterday. V-Man and I fought each other in PvP yesterday. I would have had him. Without a doubt, I would have had him. But somebody dropped. I hate people who drop busters in PvP. I hate when people do that. They do it like if I find out anybody in my community does that to a captain we're fighting, they get banned from the Twitch, they get banned from the Discord, they get banned from my stream raiders. Like I have no tolerance for cheating. It just irritates me that stream captains won't disable buster drops. For like, there should be a little box on the side where I have to click a box that allows busters, or make busters only able to be dropped on the captain's icon. But we finished really quick yesterday. It's Z with too many eyes. I saw your dragon thing. That was pretty cool looking. That was really cool looking. Did they get stream raiders going? I see they pushed out a this is working. Can we get that going? The stream captains. Okay, so the stream captains servers are currently under maintenance, but you just sent out a announcement that the glitch queen is running amok in Streamlandia. So again, what are you doing? Why are you doing marketing when you're... So some people block randoms with a 4-letter code. Yeah, but the problem is I don't want to block randoms. I want random. We've picked up a lot of people in this community. We've gotten a lot of people in the community interested in Ashes because they find us playing stream raiders. So I don't want to block people with a code. They pop in, they see what's going on, they talk to us. Did I see you playing Secret Hitler with Steven? I saw Steven was playing Secret Hitler, but I didn't pop in and watch. I have other stuff going on. I have many irons in the fire right now trying to get stuff taken care of. I am really excited the fact that I have tomorrow's video and the 18th video done. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 things on my video and segment ideas. I think 2 of them are going to be segments. Well, one of them is going to be a segment. We're going to talk about one of them later today. We're going to talk about Immersion. Not ready to talk about Immersion yet, but if you're sitting around, a little while from now, we're going to do a segment on Immersion. We're going to talk about what breaks your immersion. So be thinking about that. We're going to put together a segment. This one's going to be more the viewers. I'm going to be responding to you guys, what breaks your immersion. We'll have the chalkboard up. We'll put some ideas down. So yeah, we'll probably do that in about 20 minutes, probably top of the hour. I kind of want to stay, but I don't want to stay up till 3 a.m. again. It screws me. You know what, man? I don't expect you to stay up till 3 a.m. 3 a.m. is crazy. Even when I first retired, I had like horrible insomnia. Now that I'm settled into my retirement, I do stick to a pretty much... I'm sleeping better. I'm sleeping a whole lot better. But there were days, man, when I first retired, I was like going to bed at like 9 in the morning. Did I hear what Grinding Gears Games did with delaying the 3.13 update? No, they delayed the 3.13 update. I assume you mean on Path of Exile, but not everybody would know that. What'd they do? Did they do something good, or did they do something developer boneheaded? Sometimes developers do developer boneheaded stuff. And then you're like, what are you thinking? I also saw somebody say Discord and Reddit are like that. Reddit. Oh, the Ashes of Creation Reddit is horrible. The Ashes of Creation Reddit is absolutely horrible. Like, people are mad that content creators post content there. But if the content creators weren't posting content there, Reddit probably would have died. Reddit probably would have died off a while back, because there was absolutely, like, no one was doing anything with it. There's that 12-to-1 draw call ratio video that a lot of people haven't ever seen. I would describe Ashes Reddit as I just can't. Yeah, I do too. I've yet to break the bad sleeping habit I developed from college 10 years ago. Still trying hard to break it. I do well for a while and then revert. Yeah. Maybe we need that. Kill Reddit. I find that Reddit is good when you want to find the worst opinions about your product. They pushed it back because they didn't want to coincide with Cyberpunk, but they pushed it way back. Why does anybody feel they need to push a date back to compete with Cyberpunk? I mean, when is Cyberpunk's launching 1 week later than we planned on December 18th means that almost all of our staff would be away immediately after launch, preventing us from fixing post-release problems, doing the console launches, supporting G Arena, Tencent for their launches. In addition, 1 week doesn't really allow to get out of the time window. We've got a lot of people playing Cyberpunk. We also can't launch in December 25th or January 1st. So that leaves January 8th or January 15th as valid launch dates. Hitting a weekend is crucial for the launch to go well. A lot more team members are back by the 15th, so that is the date we are likely to announce. I'm very confused. Yeah, did Cyberpunk get a DLC? Is this from last year? I mean, give me some context here. And besides, they did the right thing. Because it released one, yeah. Like, what are we talking about? Like, are they saying the next gen update? I don't even think this was very late last year. Again, nothing dropped for Cyberpunk. Nothing dropped for Cyberpunk last year. Last 2020? Oh, then, dude, what the fuck are you bringing something from 2020 in? Why are you bringing something from 2020 into, like, what? You've put two walls of text in here. What are you trying to get to? That a company knew they didn't want to compete against Cyberpunk, so they moved, they moved by a month? That's not a bad idea. So, what are we yammicking on about here? I mean, I'm very confused why in the blue hell we're talking about something like this many, like we're talking about something from 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Yeah, I was going over old stuff and that post is 4,000 words long, but the part where they said they wanted their team refreshed and not crunched was what got me. Again, this is 2022. You're talking about something that happened in 2021. Who fucking cares? That's not why they did it anyway. You never believe public relations, right? You never believe public. That's not why they did it anyway. They did it because they couldn't. Who the fuck was gonna try to release content up against Cyberpunk? It had nothing to do with their staff being refreshed. Nothing at all. What it had to do with is they knew that if they wanted to compete against Cyberpunk, then they were going to have to cancel people's Christmas breaks. So it had nothing to do with their people being refreshed. It had to do with the fact that Path of Exile isn't really somebody's hardcore MMO. I'm not saying it's a bad game, but I'm saying that Path of Exile is like Diablo. Like, you play it when you want to play it, and there are, of course, people who hardcore Path of Exile, but yeah, and I'm confused as to why we're talking about something from 2020. Like, a company taking care of its employees, I expect that. I don't give them gold stars. I most certainly don't give them gold stars when they try to claim we're taking care of our employees, and you know that's total crap. That has nothing to do with why they delayed. They delayed because launch week for your product, your expansion, your anything has to capture media attention. You don't want to go up against Cyberpunk because Cyberpunk, if it's really, really good, is going to take all the attention. If it's really, really bad, it's going to take all the attention. What do you think about the throne room capture mechanics? Well, so much for stream renders being up. What do you think about the throne room capture mechanics? Looks like it will be a Zerg fest. Okay, so Intrepid Studios needs to scrap their entire castle siege system, and they need, like, I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I am saying that I'm losing faith in their project management, because there are things that are done sequentially. There are things that are done consecutively, and there are things that are done concurrently. You have, here, let's go back to this castle. You have this castle designed, but you don't know how many people this fight is designed for. The fight was so bad in Alpha 1. It was. Their castle siege in Alpha 1 was atrocious. It was horrible. I have a video over on my YouTube where I talk about how bad the castle siege was. How can you create the castle when you don't even know, like, this fight, this building, this layout, this infrastructure won't support 1,000 versus 1,000, or I'm sorry, 500 versus 500. This structure isn't, this layout isn't going to support 250 versus 250. You basically have 3 tiny objectives, 3 gates, 1 gate, and a throne room. I do not know why Intrepid, in this, I don't know whose fault it is. And I'm just going to say it's Steven's fault, because that's what extreme ownership is. It's extreme ownership means the guy on the top, it's his fault. Why are you designing and laying out, like, all this work right here is beautiful work. The castle looks beautiful. It's completely useless for a castle siege. I've played in Alpha 1. This is completely useless. Why are you designing the castle before you know how many people are going to fight on it? Like, these are things that have to, like, you don't even know the size of the fight yet. So stop trying to design this other stuff. Like everything else Intrepid did, Intrepid wanted to show off something, and they wanted to put castle sieges in Alpha 1, and they never should have done it. Do Metropolis get sieged? Yes, any node can get sieged. Any node can be sieged. So some of my friends say they won't even look at Ashes of Creation before they know if the combat is good or bad. I mean, that's a great statement. That's an awesome statement. I don't want to look at the game. So maybe 500 versus 500 is for the Metro sieges. No, it's not. 500 versus 5. There is no limit to sieges for nodes. And if there's a limit for sieges for nodes that they magically have to put in, then I'm going to tell you right now, Intrepid will fall apart. There are some things that Intrepid must hit or their game is dead on arrival. This is the problem with talking a lot before you have anything. See if you guys can get into the battle. We got 24 minutes left, and there's only 2 of us there. The problem is, right? The problem is, Intrepid spent a lot of time, a lot of time overhyping, overpromising, and now they're going to underdeliver. If you suddenly say, "Oh, you know what, guys? We've come to the conclusion we have to put caps on node sieges," well, then start giving refunds, man. Could you imagine living in a metropolis and being told you don't get to participate in its defense? And then with that, you have so many ways to exploit that. If there's no cap on defenders and there's no cap on attackers, then there's no way to fill one side up with people who aren't going to participate. But if you suddenly now say, "Oh, well, we can't make it unlimited versus unlimited, so it's going to be 500 versus 500, your game's dead. Your game now is just as bad as New World, but it's more... it's still dog shit. You just have more of it in the same pile." So, it's not letting you in. Yeah. It's problems. But yeah, I think Intrepid really, and this is no offense to them, and it's the Jeff Goldblum thing. It's the Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. You spent so much time trying to figure out if you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. Intrepid has way overpromised. But if you don't need to cap node sieges, why would you have to cap castle sieges? Because they're different types of sieges. Different objectives, different strategy. So you don't have to cap castle sieges, but castle sieges are supposed to be the strategist that is the guild leader versus the strategist that is the monarch who is the guild leader of the guild that owns the castle versus the strategist that is the sieger who drops the siege flag. It's one chess player versus one chess player. Who has the better mid-level operational people? I meant from the technical side. You don't have to. You do from the gameplay design. So it's one king versus one attacker, and then their operational level people and their tactical level people. You should never. You can lose your siege on your castle if you don't bring enough defenders. But you should never be the Lannisters and 40,000 Dothraki come along against your 8,000 and fucking swamp you. It should be 250 versus 250. I suppose if you do want and you can't, yeah, it feels like exactly. The difference is that you have a guild of 300 people and there's 500 people at the castle siege. It's going to let you know what your guild leader thinks of you if he doesn't allow you to go to the castle siege and instead brings in mercenaries. Now, you might be a logistician, you might be a care bear, you might be a gatherer, you may not want to be there for Castle Siege Day, and you don't have a problem with your guild leader. You don't have a problem with your guild leader saying, okay, I'm not bringing you to Castle Siege Day. But if you want to go and your guild leader excludes you, I guarantee you 50% or more of people in that situation aren't going to be in that guild after the siege is over. They're going to be like, you know what? I'll go find people who appreciate me. I would love to see a good system that pre-siege a node needs to import supplies via caravans, and that would give people not fighting something to do. True. I agree with you. But if a node siege aren't limited, would they have to make it possible for 10,000 people to be in the same place at the same time? Yes, they would. But remember, the world is this big, and most people aren't going to care about a node siege on the other side of the world. Isn't the 500 versus 500 technical limitation as well? So if you have a technical limit, how would you break that technical limit in node sieges? Just not loading players that are too far away? No, what you do is, in 10,000 concurrent is the whole server. What you would do, and I hope Intrepid has already done this stuff, what you do is this. As everybody's eyes are now bleached. Here's your node. And then what you do is you separate this node for the combat into seamless transitions, right? And so what you have, I messed that one up. What you have here is you have multiple seamless servers going on so that you have people, and a lot of people are at the siege. However, they're not all actually in one place at one time. And then if you have the market wards that are their own objectives, you're going to have people spread out attack those. So, can my character be a janitor? I want to be a janitor profession. No. We already have enough janitors in the community in real life. We don't need them in game. You have to build for worst case scenarios. You do, but I mean, you have to build for worst case scenarios. However, you don't build. Okay. So, depending on what you're talking about, sometimes you do build for the absolute worst case scenario.
when you're building a fuel dike, you're building the containment area around a fuel tank, you absolutely build for the worst possible scenario plus 10%. If it's a 1 million gallon tank and it's a dike for a 1 million gallon tank, you have no less than 1,100,000 gallons of storage capacity. Now, I don't want to be around a fuel dike that has 1,100,000 gallons in it, but I designed them. I oversaw their construction. The thing that you see around a fuel tank will hold every drop of fuel in that tank plus 10%. Because sometimes you're going to have rain, sometimes you're going to have ice, sometimes you're going to have flow from another tank. Those drains don't just go into the sewer; those drains go into the recovery tanks. But you got to have room for all of it if the tank ruptures. Other times, like let's look at the Titanic. They didn't have enough lifeboats for every person on board. There are times that you plan for the most. You get as much insurance, as much coverage as you can. Star Citizen is building their own server meshing idea for that, but man, would it be a win if an engine came with that type of server handling baked in. Well, you're never gonna have that kind of server handling baked in. You're just not. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, it looks like we're able to get in. 10,000 people in that place in the map would be interesting. Again, is it possible that 10,000 people on a map are all going to go to the same node siege? Sure, it's possible. It's possible. It's not very likely. It's not very likely that that's going to happen. Also, remember, a metro, it has 5 days notice before it's sieged. You're not gonna, I don't foresee you, like if you wanted to siege the node by the sea, you would go and get siege scrolls for all 3 of those nodes. Because if you only drop a siege scroll on the node by the sea, those vassal citizens who make their money, they make their livelihood providing for the harbor, they're gonna go up there and defend. So all the citizens down the Gold Brick Road, plus all the people who make their money, there being a harbor there, they're all going to come to defend that. So 4 days out, you're going to declare on the node by the sea. 3 days out, you're going to declare on the town in between. In 2 days out, you're going to declare on the village. So that you have all of the... you have all of those nodes under siege at the same time. I doubt we will ever see 1,000. Don't say 1,000K. Just say 10,000. Don't be clever. I doubt we'll ever see 1,000 on your screen. What do you mean you'll never see 1,000 people on your screen? Ready? Here's 1,300 people on your screen. Here's 1,300 people. So what do you mean you'll never see 1,000? And by the way, when people, is that my PC? I don't know if most PCs can handle this. This is a 1080. This isn't even a 1080 Titan. It's a 1080. This is 5-year-old hardware. And that's 1,300 people. And you notice they're not being de-rendered as the camera moves. So, yeah. What do you mean? This isn't top. If Steven had said this is being brought to you by a 3090, be like... Steven, that's not really, 30 frames per second though. Who cares? Who cares if it's 30 frames per second? For fuck's sake, man. 1,300 draw calls for characters who are moving, and at 30 frames per second, that is amazing. And no spell effects, but it might be lower to... Zetrix? I don't know if you really believe this stuff you say or if you say it just to troll. Turn the spell effects down. I mean, turn your spell effects down if your computer can't handle it. Easy. Easy peasy. 30 frames per second, but it's alpha, not optimized. He was recording at 4K. I don't think that one was 4K, no. Because that wasn't Steven. Steven didn't record that. If frames per second is that important to you and you need 60 frames per second or more, you're 100% buying a better rig regardless. Yes. So 1080 will be the minimum requirement. Okay, I don't want to speak on behalf of Intrepid and tell you what the minimum is going to be. However, Intrepid said they're not going to raise their minimum requirements, or the minimum requirements are posted, and I was like, how are you going to have your old ass minimum requirements that are posted when Unreal Engine 5 as a base has higher requirements than you've posted? So 1080 is still one of the most stable cards, to be honest. I mean, it is, but it's an old card. There are some things that are twitchy with the 20 series cards, but really, the 2080 cards aren't really affecting gamers. The 20 series cards affect streamers. The most of the issues in the 20 series cards are in that dedicated encoding chip. If you have a 20 series card, you shouldn't have any problems with gaming on it. But I think Ashes Creation might bring the best performance ever in large fights in a fantasy MMO. I mean, yeah, probably. Minimum requirements for what? For running the game or playing it fluidly? Two different things. Well, minimum requirements are for running the game. That's not two different things. Your minimum requirements are what do you need in order to be able to play the game. Now, do I agree with you that they should say these minimum requirements will get you into the game at low quality, at 720, 30 frames per second? Yes, I do. I think that they should disclose that. I absolutely think they should disclose that. Recommended, I don't think... So, Intrepid has minimum and recommended stats. So, and I think that this is honestly a disservice. I think they should not do this at all. What are the minimum requirements for alpha? What are the recommended system specs? I don't think that they should have recommended system specs. These are the minimum system specs on lowest settings. Recommended system specs. I'll tell you right now that these recommended system specs were bullshit because alpha was so fucking unoptimized that I actually found better performance playing on my 1080 than I did playing on my 3090. The 12 people that had 3090s in alpha testing were constantly getting disconnected, and it was not a fun time. So you can play most games if your PC doesn't have the minimum requirements, but it's not recommended. Yeah, I mean, you have to deal with the fact that you're going to get shitty performance. Oh, StreamYarders is down again. Awesome. I'm just making sure people don't expect 30 frames per second on a 1080. Zetrix, you need to fucking stop, okay? You need to fucking stop. Because you're not being thorough. I would expect 15 frames per second with a decent amount of spell effects with a 1080 if 1,000 players on Frame-ish. Bullshit. You don't have that fucking answer. And don't give that answer. Because you're saying they shouldn't expect that. Why? You have no idea. You have no idea the levels of optimization that they're going to do. Nobody should have any expectations, period. But you can't turn around and say expect 15 frames per second. Because now I'm going to say quantify that. How did you get to 15 frames per second with a decent amount of spell effects? What's a decent amount? What is low? What is medium? What is high? Okay? You need to stop when you try to give people advice because you say things really badly. It's running on 30 frames per second on a 1080 with 1,300 people being draw called with the background in Unreal Engine 5 utilizing nanite. That's all we have to say. We don't have to make any suppositions. We don't have to make any assumptions. All we know is that, yes, there's going to be spell effects added. We also know that that's their second attempt at doing what they're doing, right? And they've gone from 8 frames per second, right? They've gone from 8 frames a second with 1,000 people on the screen not moving to 30 frames per second with 1,300 people on the screen. So, honestly, for a tech guy, keep that shit to yourself, because you're going to say that and someone's going to run with it and they're going to say, oh, I'm only going to get 15 frames per second. And you have no rationalization. You have no ability to say that. When we get through Alpha 2 and we see the final, yeah, and that progress was 3 months of progress, and they increased their frames per second by almost a factor of 4. After including movement and Unreal Engine 5 and Nanite and Lumen, all of those things affecting the graphics card, honestly, don't pull shit out of your ass and say, don't expect more than 15 frames per second with a decent amount of spell effects, because someone's going to see that and run with it. And then they're going to be like, oh, I'm not going to be able to play Ashes unless I get a brand new machine. Don't do that. That's bad. Because number one, it's false. It's straight false. And number two, somebody's going to pop into my show, see that, and leave, and I'm never going to have a chance to communicate with them or convert them. So, 15 frames per second with 1,000 players is amazing. Again, no, it's not. 15 frames per second with 1,000 people is EVE Online. EVE Online, absolutely, way more than 15 frames per second with 1,000 people on screen. So, now what? EVE Online doesn't drop in a tie-dye until about 2,000, 2,500 players. Its graphic fidelity is way lower. No, it the fuck isn't. What the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not. Its graphic fidelity is not way lower. It's a different engine, okay? It's a different engine. The graphic fidelity, the graphic quality in EVE Online is not lower to Ashes of Creation. It's different graphics. Does it utilize Unreal Engine 5? No. Does it utilize Nanite? No. Lumen? No. It doesn't do those things. But don't tell me the graphic fidelity in EVE Online is lower than Ashes of Creation, because you'd be wrong. EVE Online is a beautiful game. Okay? EVE Online is a beautiful game. You can zoom in to the little hatch flaps that open every time you fire. Okay? So, do not start moving the fucking goalposts here, all right? You've known me long enough. The EVE stream page has some pretty screenshots. Yes, it does. EVE Online is a beautiful game. The amount of detail in that game. You can zoom in on the ship, right? And if you've never played EVE, it's kind of worth it to play, right? Where the fuck? It's kind of worth it to play, just to see how beautiful the game is. Zoom in on a Disco Dami. Stream Raiders is all dropped up. Yeah, you can zoom in on the drones. Zoom in on an Immersion ship that's running, 4 different crystal types. I used to put my daughter to sleep by playing on the test server and just being out in nullsec and just shooting all the different colored lights. She used to laugh and giggle and laugh herself to sleep. Don't ever say, don't go there. But, man. 1,300 people on the screen. People were talking about mounts. People were talking about pets. I do think we are going to have a problem with mounts, pets, and summons. So when we get back to talking about something that looks like this, where I do agree that Intrepid needs to... 1,300 people on the screen is great, because they have 300 slots overage for what they need for 500 versus 500. But mounts, pets, summons. First of all, I don't think that cosmetic pets should be able to be summoned during sieges. I think that once you have the siege participant buff on you, then cosmetic pets should not be able to be summoned. If you guys know anything about EVE Online, one way that you could lag out your opponent, later, Magistone, one way that you could lag out your opponent in EVE Online, originally, when you flew the Galente ships, you just got more and more drones. So you had 5 drones. When you leveled up drone skill, you got 5 more drones. When you leveled up your ship ability, you got 5 more drones. when you put on drone control modules, which you could put on cruisers, you got even more drones. Well, what you would do is you would go into the system that you wanted to fight in, and you would pop out your like 21, 22 drones and then pull them back in. Well, you've already loaded them in that system. So the next time you popped them out, you didn't get that several seconds of lag. And what you did was you had all different types of drones. So you would pop all these drones out, and then the other person's computer would grind to a halt. Remember, the game's 17 years old. Their computer would grind to a halt for several seconds while they popped all these drones, added all these things to your targeting UI. You had to load all these different models because the person's smart about it. They have all different types of drones in that. By the time they got the update on their screen, they were already through their shields into armor. Well, CCP realized, okay, instead of having 21 drones, we're going to have 5 drones, and we're going to make them all 4 times as powerful. Unless you're in a city, would you see 1,300 people in the wilderness? Yeah, you could see 1,300 people in the wilderness at a world boss. Maybe a little bit around the starting gate, but maybe a little bit around the starting gates. Yeah, I made that bigger for the other segments. But yeah, around these starting gates, you might see 1,000 to 2,000 people at launch. If they were going for default looks during sieges, then pets and mounts should be disabled as well. Well, the thing is they're not going for default appearance. That's going to be something that if your graphics card can't handle it. But I do agree. And you can't take away mounts because people need to have the maneuverability around the siege. I mean, if you need to flank, you need to be able to mount up. There's no way around that. If it's not essential to show during combat, it shouldn't be shown. Yeah, it's gonna be an option to be toggled. And then, if I remember correctly, the way Steven described it one of the times was that if your PC is starting to struggle, it's going to automatically kick on default player appearance. I'm afraid if pets in combat can be a troublesome issue. As an ESO, the pets could lower the server responsiveness a lot in instances. Yes, that is a problem. I hope they don't have to do what Final Fantasy does during hunt trains. Once you get to wherever threshold entities just disappear, even including the boss. Yeah, that's a problem. The boss should never disappear. The boss should always be a priority. So when the GPU is rendering, it should do boss priority 1, enemy characters priority 2, ally characters priority 3. Because if you've got 500 versus 500, you don't necessarily need to see all your allies. I mean, it helps if you can see the ones immediately next to you, so you know you're not pushing all the way in and nobody's pushing with you. But aren't most summons going to have unique appearances as well? Yes, there is a summoner creation suite. There is a summoner creation suite, and I imagine there'll be a default appearance for all summons. There'll be 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 damage dealing appearance. In WoW, it's literally unplayable if more than 100 people are in one place. Hope Ashes gets better servers. Desert, so a couple of things. You just compared a 17-year-old game to a game that's not even out yet. Has nothing to do with the servers. It has to do with the netcode. I mean, remember, WoW is an old enough game that you can play WoW on a tablet. Tablets now are powerful enough that you can play WoW on it. Just like you can play Doom on a refrigerator. I think as gamers, we have the responsibility to be reasonable when we make these comparisons. If they're doing 250 versus 250, 100 people in one spot should be just fine. Yes. WoW could handle it in the past. They fucked with something. WoW could never handle 100 people in one place. What past are you talking about? Because Winter's Grasp ran like crap if everybody was there. It's not that it's 17 years old. I think it's their server structure. What private servers would run smoother with 500 plus players at the same place. I can't validate that statement. I never validate private servers because private servers are theft. I think if people are playing on private servers, they're part of the problem. So it's definitely not true. Most capital cities have thousands of players in them spread apart, a couple hundred in the auction house square. Yeah, the only time I ever had performance issues in WoW was Winter's Grasp, and that was it. That was the only time. But now Vanilla WoW would lag like crazy. We couldn't do 3 40-man raids. Yeah. So private servers are bad and should all be shut down. I mean, you got to remember, if you're playing on a private server and then you're complaining about the game, first of all, you're playing on a private server, so you're supporting somebody's theft. Number two, if you're playing on a private server, that's great, but then you lose your right to have an opinion about the quality of the game from the company because you're taking money out of the company's pocket. And people are like, but it's all going to Bobby Kotick. Well, that's how businesses work, my friends. That's how businesses work. You would want your $40 million a year too if you were a CEO. I mean, that's just how it works. Like, don't hate the player, hate the game. No, hate the cheaters. What is going on, Stream Raiders? Why did you bring your game up? Oh, they've got the maintenance complete thing crossed off. Got to have that new yacht model. Well, I mean, the thing is that I get it. People are upset about how WoW gets handled. People are upset, and your $150 million bonus. Here's the thing, though. People complain, but why don't if it really meant that much to people, then how many? And I say this to WoW players all the time. How many shares of stock do you own? 99% of the time, it's 0. Then shut up. You have the opportunity to own a part of the company. I sold all my Blizzard stock and I made a ton of money because don't you guys have phones? Sell. If there's no official service for a game because it got shut down, private servers are the only reason you play it. And that was the case before Blizzard relaunched Classic WoW. So, okay. Technically yes and technically no. And Blizzard and EA and a lot of other companies lobbied the US government to make sure that the copyright law for abandoned games was written the way they wanted it. Yes, City of Heroes is allowed to be online because the official company, the owner of the IP, abandoned it. Star Wars Galaxies, the emulated server, is allowed to be online by law because Sony Online Entertainment abandoned it. When you get into the situation of Classic, it's a gray area. They are known for underpaying their art team and their QA teams. All right, I'm gonna jump in on a business rabbit hole real quick. No, they're not underpaying their art team, and no, they're not underpaying their QA team. Are they paying them less than minimum wage? No, they are not. I hate when people make the argument that somebody's being underpaid because nobody showed up with the Gestapo, pulled them out of their house, put a gun to their head, put them in a van, and drove them to work. If you are being underpaid, quit your job and go find a job that you're qualified for where you get paid the amount of money that you want. There is no such thing as being underpaid. Unless your boss is legitimately not paying you for hours that you worked. If you think you're worth more, go and get it. Absolutely. If they're finding employees that are capable of getting the job done, they are paying them competitively. Absolutely. I am tired of the people standing on the sidelines complaining about what a company pays its employees. I happen to be the type of business owner that oftentimes asks my servers if my servers want a raise or if they want tips. I have talked to my servers, I've talked to my waitresses, I've talked to my staffs, You guys know I own a couple of businesses. I own several businesses. I have never had one of my locations say to me, "We want to make minimum wage and turn in all our tips." I've never had. They clearly aren't getting the job done, though, at least the devs. What are you talking about? Shadowlands. How many copies of Shadowlands got sold in one day? So, it's only a problem if you have to work extra and they don't pay you for that. It happens all the time. That is absolutely true. So, if you're not getting paid, absolutely. Let's see. They have an amazing game. Being not paid for hours worked is a legitimate problem in a lot of places. There are scumlord bosses that exist. Again, I don't care about those people. You know why? You're choosing to stay. Who's playing Shadowlands? Servers without players. What are you talking about? The servers are fine. Do you understand how WoW makes its money? WoW makes their money. 3.7 million copies sold in one day. 3.7 million copies sold in one day. That one day pretty much offset the majority of the development budget. I'm sorry that some people have a hard time conceptualizing business. But when people say that the game is getting worse, then how did the game sell 3.7 million copies in one day? Remember, the value or the is a game good is a subjective question. So you take all of the you take all of the subjectiveness out of the question and you translate it directly into an objective, scalable, measurable metric. Did Shadowlands break even on its development budget? Yes. So if nobody's playing it, WoW is like the most modernized MMO. No wonder they make a lot of money. Again, you're moving the goalpost because you want to be a smart ass. And don't do that. It doesn't matter how monetized it is because it's not the most monetized MMO. It's equally monetized to Final Fantasy XIV. Predatory advertising profit equals not... There's what predatory advertising? Are you one of those people that feels that advertising is predatory because you don't have an internal locus of control? Yeah, have you seen Korean MMOs? So, really, what is predatory advertising? A lot of people like to turn around and say predatory advertising. What does that mean? You don't like the advertising? Because I'm making 5 figures to write this white paper this week. I got to get off my ass and I got to get it done. I'm doing a CPI thing, and they want white papers on marketing, advertising, community building, bunch of stuff. Most Korean MMOs don't have a subscription and a box price, only in-game shop, and WoW has all that. And what? They also allow people to play for free if somebody else buys their subscription. Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have that. A lot of Final Fantasy XIV players want that. There are a lot of people that are asking Square Enix to please put in like a Moogle token so that I can get cash to buy what I want, and I can get in-game gold to buy what I want, and people who can't afford the subscription can pay for the subscription with in-game gold. It's hard to win an argument with a smart person. It's almost impossible to win an argument with an idiot. That's true. I charged double the going rates when I was contracting. Was I wrong to do that? No. Well, okay, hold on. I'll answer that question in 2 ways. You charged double the going rate when you were contracting. Were you wrong for doing that? It depends. Were you making enough money to live on a year? Were you happy with what you were making? Were you filling up your entire schedule? If you're doing all of those things, then your charge, it doesn't matter. Like when I'm retired comfortably now. Yeah, like for example, I tell people when I fly into Orlando, I absolutely positively hate getting a cab, getting a shuttle from the resort. I don't do Ubers because I simply don't do Ubers. So I pay for a concierge service. I pay less for my concierge service than I would if I waited for the shuttle from the resort. I get what I pay for. The driver, when my flight got canceled, guys, I shit you not. My flight got canceled coming back from Orlando to here. I told the driver that my flight got canceled. He made a call to his office. He came back and he says, Mr. Jahlon, we just want to let you know that if you can't get a rental car because there's no rental cars in the Orlando area, we will gladly drive you to St. Louis. Driver got up that morning thinking he was going to do a bunch of airport runs. That company was getting ready to drive me to St. Louis for $1,500. A lot of money, but I had to get back. I had somewhere I had to be. So if that guy had driven all day, $1,500 round trip, 2 days of driving, he would have been happy. I cannot get down when people say, this company isn't paying its employees right. It's either paying its employees right or it doesn't have employees. Around here, the Starbucks are all closed. The Starbucks are closed 2 days a week now. Okay? The Starbucks are closed 2 days a week now. They're only open in the mornings the other days. It's all weird. I said, why aren't you guys open? They're like, we can't get workers. So stop paying people $12 an hour, start paying people $15 an hour. Guess what? One of the franchises upped their pay to $15 an hour. They're open all the time now. Why? Because they literally, without poached every quality barista in the area. If you can't find workers, pay more money. I just signed today outside McDonald's saying they're paying $19 an hour for a manager. When I was a manager at BK, I made $6.25. You know, I'm going to say this, ready? $19 for a manager is probably too low. There's people making $15 an hour now in fast food. You're making $15 an hour to be the burger flipper. Do you really want all that extra fucking hassle to be the manager for $4 more? I mean, $19 an hour is nothing to scoff at. So, I wouldn't take $19 an hour to be a shift leader. I definitely wouldn't take 19. I wouldn't take $19 an hour to even show up, to be honest. If I'm going to walk in the door, I'm going to walk in the door for about 42, 43 an hour, or I'm not showing up. It's just that simple. Most consumers are fine with wearing or buying things from other countries when they make next to nothing, so I'm not sure why Blizzard and Amazon are being complained for. You know what? You are 100% absolutely correct. People want to complain about prices, but you're giving Nike $150 for a pair of shoes that cost them maybe $30 total. Production, shipping, marketing, advertising. They're probably making $120 a pair just profit. Maybe a little less when you factor in the American wages for the store owners that in the rent and all that, but yeah. You're used to ludicrous pay in Norway, but you lose 30% instantly. Yeah, you guys lose 30% instantly, and what's your VAT? So you take 30 off the top minimum when you earn it, and then they take another what, 22% when you spend it? It's like, that's why Europeans are always amazed. They come here and stuff is, I can't believe I have to pay tax at checkout. I thought it was going to be $19.99. Yeah, it's still going to be cheaper than it would be if you bought it in your country. No VAT, baby. No VAT. All right, Stream Raiders, you let me down. I kind of wanted to do the Stream Raiders match and then start our discussion, but I think we're going to just go ahead and start our discussion. Let's pop over. Let's Jahlon Ross it up. Man, I make $38 an hour and still feel poor. No wonder why everyone are quitting their jobs. You know, I want to address that point right here. Where is it? This is a book on my book list, right? From my book list, this is How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, right? By Dale Carnegie. And in it, there's a chapter on 70% of all of our worries are financial worries. And in it, it says, more money is not the answer to most people's financial worries. In fact, I have often seen it happen that an increase in income accomplished nothing but an increase in spending and an increase in headaches. What causes most people to worry is not that they haven't enough money, but they don't know how to spend the money they have. The problem is, people don't know how to spend the money they have. And I know people, they might be viewing at the time, and I'm calling you out. They don't make enough money, but they have Netflix, they have Hulu, they have Disney Plus, they have Amazon Prime, they have the newest phone, they have a car they can't afford. Let me let me just tell people this. If your car is running and it's getting you back and forth to work, and you're not putting thousands of dollars into it for maintenance, don't buy a new car. Put all the money, pretend you're gonna buy a new car, put all that money into a bank account, right? Put all that money into a bank account. When the car starts to cost you more than a car payment would, trade the car in, buy a used car. People are like, I'm not gonna buy a used car. Buy a used car. 50% of the value of your car is lost within 1 week of buying it and driving it off the lot. People don't realize that. Cars don't build equity. Cars lose equity. 50% of the equity is lost within 1 week. All right, so what we're gonna do. No, it's not the first week. It's the first week. It's not the second you take it off the lot, because that used to be the old paradigm back in the 90s, but now with the buyer's right of refusal, you can basically drive a car in some states for 3 days and then still return it for the full value. You gotta know your state. And then some states have 7 days on the lemon law. If anything goes wrong with the car in the first 4 days or 7 days, they have to take it back, no questions asked. Great story about Saturn, probably why GM wanted Saturns gone. I bought a Saturn. I was driving it around. 4 days into having my Saturn, I called them and I told them I was having a problem. They told me to bring the Saturn in. And I brought it in, and like 20 minutes later, the manager or the repair guy came, the manager came, and my salesperson came. I still remember her name was Kathy. They said, "What color would you like?" I said, "What?" They said, "What color would you like?" And I said, "For what?" They said, "You're getting a new car." I said, "Why am I getting a new car? My car is only a few days old." It's like, "Oh no, there's a major defect with your car." I said, "Man, this is gonna be a pain in the ass." They're like, "We are gonna take care of everything. Just tell us what color you want." I picked a new color. They gave me a brand new. I drove one car for 4 days and then I got a new one. They moved everything over for me. And they did all the paperwork for transferring the title, the insurance. They did all that for me. All right. We're going to close you. All right. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about immersion. Wherever. Talk about immersion. Specifically, right? What breaks your immersion? What sort of stuff breaks your immersion in your MMORPGs? So seeing Santa. So we're gonna say bad cosmetics, too close to the real world. NFTs, real world profit to be had. I like that. Proximity chat. You say proximity chat, phone calls. Real world distractions. We'll put real world distractions. The fire at 30 frames per second when the game is 60. Lighting. A lighting desync. We'll call that lighting desync. I definitely know what you're talking about. Having to window out, having to alt tab to figure something out. I actually have that on my list. I have that on my list. I have overly complex stuff with no real solution. Mounts not in line with the game theme. Mounts not in line with the game theme is going to be bad cosmetic. We'll actually make that bad visuals. Mounts, and then we'll put police cars because I saw somebody say that. So it's very noticeable in one of the videos you were showing. Yes, it is, but remember, that's an alpha. Some things are 30 frames per second, some are 60, some are synced, some aren't. They'll get all that smoothed out. Which game we talking about? Doesn't matter. We're talking about immersion in general. What sort of stuff breaks your immersion? Game systems that conflict with the fundamental design. New World Faction PvP with opt-in PvP. Yeah, I will say that bad game designs. Opt-in PvP in a faction-based game. Voice chat, such a cancer if you can't turn it off. So let's go back up to proximity chat. That can't be turned off. Pop-in really breaks... Pop-ups. Pop-ups. Let's not say pop-ups. Too many in-game alert notifications. So, let's see. Poor handling with botters. Lack of active GMing. Lack of bot removal. I definitely could see running into too many bots. Bad game optimization. I definitely could see that, but I don't think bad game optimization is gonna break your immersion. I think bad game optimization is gonna break your desire to play the game. Not being able to do things that by lore you should be able to do. Lore disconnects. These are all really good, guys. These are all really good. Load screens from zone to zone. No, I'm not gonna put load screens from zone to zone up here. And the reason why I'm not gonna do that is because loading screens in Final Fantasy are an unfortunate side effect of the way they design the game. I get that people don't like them, but if you didn't have those, you wouldn't have a game at all. Bad UI. I will definitely a bad UI. A bad UI or overly complex. I'll definitely take those two. Let's see. Pop-ins and bad distance terrain and object quality. Yeah, that I think is a good one. Poor terrain graphics. In-game advertising. Oh, absolutely. In-game adverts. Absolutely. Mechanics that circumvent social aspects. No. That doesn't break your immersion. That's another one of those things that it breaks your... Because you can't tell me that breaks your immersion. That breaks your desire to want to play the game. But a dungeon finder doesn't break your immersion. I'd actually argue the counter with that. A dungeon finder increases your immersion because it keeps you in the game longer, not waiting around. Because the moment you're waiting around for somebody, you're thinking about not playing the game. Poor behavior from other players. Lack of active GMs, like poor behavior. Griefers. So, yeah, we have pop-ups. Jahlon is... Yeah, we have pop-ups. Game-breaking bugs or mechanics. Yeah, we'll put bugs. Certain bugs. Other bugs would be the same. Other bugs would be the same thing. Like, yeah, bots ruining your immersion. I have that up there. Lack of active GMs. Lack of bot removal. Play your own bots. Disconnects. Yeah, server. I think disconnects is a good one because the disconnect does break your immersion because it breaks you out of the game. And proper scaling of the environment around you. Yep. Poor terrain graphics. We'll put scale up there. The not having to alt tab out is a good point. New World devs made themselves look stupid with that. Didn't want a mini map because it was immersion breaking, yet those maps were already there online. Yes, exactly. Server disconnects, rubber band. We're gonna just do rubber banding because, you know, it's hard to enjoy the game when you're constantly zipping back and forth. I do think what you said, what you said about not putting in a mini map, no mini map, forced alt tab. More info on alt tab, having to alt tab to do things like, having to alt tab we're just gonna do alt tab for bugs, reports, in-game openings, but Discord overlays. I'm not gonna put Discord overlays on those because those are a matter of preference. I hate Discord overlays. I think Discord overlays are immersion breaking. I've yet to play a game where I can't turn Discord overlays off, because you can go into Discord and simply turn off overlays. I mean, looking away from the game is still more immersion breaking than looking within the game. A lot of people nowadays, you have it on your second monitor, assuming everyone does. Yeah, if you have to look at a second monitor, that's immersion breaking. No quick looting. No quick looting is an immersion breaking because you're talking a quality of life thing. Definitely, I'm not going to say that no quick looting isn't a thing you'd want in the game, but you can't. If you want to try to make that argument, make an argument for me that no quick looting is immersion breaking. In fact, I would say no quick loot. I mean, having to drag loot between two inventory, again, that's not immersion breaking. That is you having to do it. So that's not immersion breaking. That's putting you further into the game. Obnoxious font, coloring, format, font family mismatch. I 100% know what you're talking about with that. Like, everywhere in the game they've used Times New Roman, except in a couple of places they use like Arial or Courier, and you're like, no. Getting stuck somewhere in the world, falling through the world, I'm not going to put those up there because those aren't immersion breaking. Those are bugs, and those just fall into certain bugs. There are certain bugs that break your immersion. Obviously, in an ideal world, there'd be no bugs. No quick looting depends on the game. In MMOs, it's fine. It's not meant to be a game to replicate bag search. I saw somebody inventory taking up the whole screen. Someone's gonna have to tell me how inventory taking up the whole screen is immersion breaking. Specifically to Ashes, I hope they allow us to disable their dumb looking sprint effect. Bad visuals. Yeah, for Ashes specifically, let's just put the whole sprint. Let's do mandatory graphics, because I will agree that the sprint, you got my other one. You hit music. The sprint thing didn't even line up with the speed of your character. Bad music, and then we'll do bad audio because that hits the other one. Those, my two for the day, were bad soundtrack and overly complex stuff I have to alt tab out. So they literally took that from Arcade. I get Steven loved the game, but no, that sprint is in a lot of games. Mana, using sprint and burning your mana, that's in several games. So audio for Ashes, considering our alpha videos, seems to be well done. True. Bad minimaps, yeah, no minimaps are bad minimaps, just no minimaps. We have minimaps up there. Oh, I see what you're saying. Bad direction on minimap. Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Bad combat, no, bad combat's not immersion breaking. I did see one other thing, and it's resource management, and we'll we can't. We're gonna we'll take out that, and we'll do, hopefully we can get one more character. Mana. That's immersion breaking when you have, I kill 3 mobs and now I have to stand there. I have to stand there for 5 minutes. When the actual map has no interaction, that's not immersion breaking. You're looking for a quality of life. Multi-boxing players, that's not immersion breaking. We're not going to do the multi-box discussion right now. Multi-boxing players are not immersion breaking. cheaters are immersion breaking, and they're already lack of bot removal falls into that. Realism in a fantasy game, to be specific. Autopathing, no, I don't think I don't think I can agree with you that autopathing is immersion breaking. The automation of movement might be immersion breaking because now you're doing this, but autopathing in and of itself is not immersion breaking. I think, oh, you know what? I am going to add that because there's autopathing. Because autopathing itself isn't immersion breaking, but autopathing leads you to alt tab. Autopathing leads you into alt tabbing because you have something to do. So this is a really good list. This is the list of things that definitely I could see these things. AFK tasks. Let's add that one in. AFK tasks, fishing. So that's a good one too, because if you can do stuff AFK, then like Faye and I played Elyon, and Elyon is horrible with the amount of time it takes you to process. You're literally, you just stack up all your ore so that you can go eat dinner and process all your ore. And then like, you're going to go for a walk or take a shower or a bath or whatever. Then you do your lumber. Like you do that twice a day. So that's a good one. That's immersion breaking. I don't want to sit there and stare at my character. I think crafting could go a long way with that. So really good, really good immersion breaking stuff. Let's do this real quick before we drop into the rest of it. What I want to do right now is I want to point out our list to all of you over on YouTube. Today we talked about the immersion breaking things, really just trying to get a running list of immersion breaking stuff. I'd love for you to take a moment right now. I'd love for you to leave a comment down below. What sort of things break immersion for you? Boom. Okay, how do you finish non-AFK tasks though? How do you make fishing a non-AFK? Fishing as a non-AFK task. Final Fantasy 14 has active fishing. Elyon had active fishing. Arcage had amazing sport fishing. New World has a fishing minigame. I think that, and I'm going to say this because I want to make sure that we recognize immersion. I want to make sure that we recognize something about fishing uniquely. I get that fishing is a part of wherever the hell we are. I get that fishing is a part of the gathering system. Because minigames break immersion. No, I don't think minigames break immersion. I think minigames put you in the game. The thing is, I get that fishing is a part of gathering. Because you want the fish that are gathered to have relevancy in cooking and alchemy and maybe some other things. However, I think everybody will agree that fishermen, players who want to fish, are more okay with a minigame than all the other gatherers. I think if we really were to poll everybody who wants to fish, I don't think they mind having a minigame as long as their gatherables are equally valued to the processing and crafting setup. I don't think we're gonna win this. Oh, we might. You guys got a lot of 11 of us versus oh dear. Okay, so let's see how this works. Grumpy old man, you better be a sucker chucking cock over there. Oh, he is. Look at that. He's just bonking people. And I'm between you two chonkies. If I stay up, we might have this. We got lucky. We got really lucky there. I didn't realize it was back up. Yeah, it's back up. It's been trying to be up. It's been trying to be up the whole time. Gotta love getting kicked every 2 minutes in Stream Raiders. Yeah, that was a problem. We're not gonna get as much done as we normally do because we're like 2 hours into the show. But I'm trying to finish off this. We have this one old map left. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna try to finish this one today. It doesn't look like we're gonna get there. Will there be underwater? Will there be underwater combat? Yes, there will be underwater combat. One problem with underwater combat, and I think everyone will agree with this. One problem with underwater combat is that AoEs absolutely suck in underwater combat. And this is another one of those things where the action combat, tab combat scenario is rough. Because in Intrepid's definitions, right, they say that anything that's a ground reticle is action. Except, how do you drop a ground reticle? How do you drop a ground reticle in three-dimensional combat? Maybe you can make AoE spherical when cast underwater. No, you can, Milos, you absolutely can, but I think that the biggest part of combat needs to be the keep it simple, stupid. You shouldn't have different rules for combat in water as you do for land, because now you've got now you start to run into the problem of this works there but it doesn't work there. Change AoEs to auto lock with reticles on the targets. I don't think that works. A ground reticle needs ground. Yeah, exactly. A ground reticle needs ground. So doesn't Guild Wars 2 have different rules? Yes, but Guild Wars 2 abandoned all their other water content. For my Guild Wars 2 players, they told me water combat is there up to a certain point, and then they're not iterating on water combat anymore. For tab AoE is always going to be centered off of the target. So, 2-click system allows semi-quick 2 access. Yeah, and I think that becomes the better answer if you're trying to keep hybrid and you're trying to keep action. They could just design a whole set of abilities that are specific for underwater. No, they couldn't, because Guild Wars 2 tried that, and then that's gross. Ground reticles underwater works terribly in other MMOs that have tried it, such as Final Fantasy XIV and WoW. It's hard to position with the Z-axis in mind. Yeah. In a tab game, well, it doesn't matter if it's a tab game. Ground reticles don't work well in water because you have no way. But Delaron is saying you could do a 2-click system. You could do a double click. But the problem is that if you do a double click, then you could start placing ground reticles in the air as well to stop people from jumping to a certain level. There's always ways to think of better solutions, but now do you want to have more you're already talking about an overly complex combat system. What if horizontal look equals horizontal placement and looking up and down placement for the problem is when you've got something that's usually a ground reticle, then you usually have a quick targeting on ground feature. I just mentioned the same way it is on the ground. Yeah, exactly. So the problem is now you'd have people start placing them in the air. So, it's okay. There's always academic non-attribution in the show. Sometimes people are just sounding something out to themselves. And you're right. You have to try to figure out how How are we going to make that work? Now, underwater combat feels like one of those things that should be in scaling back. But we already know there's going to be water combat. Because look at the size of this, oops, wrong map. Look at the size of this world, and then look at how much water there are. Look at how much water there are. Look at how much water there is. Yeah, they can't cut underwater combat. Because there has to be water combat, because there's naval combat, there's so much that goes on. This is another one of those reasons you still think the west side looks like Europe. Yeah, it does. It does look like Europe. So why is Intrepid emphasizing action combat? Do people still think tab target is legacy and not viable? Well, let me look at the most recent. Let me look at the most recent poll numbers. We didn't get enough numbers to be like, massive, but we got 939 votes. So that's not nothing. Let me show these numbers, right? Save. Desktop. Poll. Okay, so the most recent off of my YouTube poll, and I wish that I could get like thousands of responses, but I can't because people don't like me. But this is kind of where we're at with what people want for combat. People want 5% want straight tab, 46% want tab enhanced, 18% want some sort of hybrid, and then of the 31% remaining, 14% want action combat, action camera like Guild Wars 2, and 17% want precision action combat like BDO, which would mean waterfall stats. So as you can see, more than 50% of people, right? 58, 64, 69% of people want combat like this. This is what people who follow you want for combat. No, not necessarily, because the poll goes out to more than just people who follow me. That respondents on that poll don't have to be following me. Plus, that's about the 10th time I've done that poll, and it always comes out. That's actually one of the higher action ones that I've seen, and that actually kind of discredits the thing about this is the people who follow you, because the majority of the people who follow me are tab players, and this time around we have more action than I've seen before. There are ground reticles in tab target. This is true. Nobody said otherwise. So I don't know why Intrepid continues to emphasize this. I thought tab enhanced meant some action on that poll. It does. Tab enhanced means action. It means ground reticles and frontal cones, just like you find in WoW, just like you find in World of Warcraft, just like you find in Final Fantasy. Tab enhanced, remember, straight tab means every ability has to have a tabbed locked target. Straight tab means there are no ground reticles, there are no frontal cones. If there is, there's no frontal cones. There's cones, but they're directed towards a locked target. Steven's already said many, many times that his goal, as long as I can play with a locked camera, that would be cool. A locked camera has nothing to do with action or tab. Eve is straight tab. Yes, Eve Online is straight tab. No, Eve Online is tab enhanced because of smart bombs and Dictor bubbles. So even Eve Online isn't straight tab because there are things that you do that don't have a tab locked target for. Free from AoE but tab single target. Don't know. But yeah, a locked camera is different than tab or action. Bombing fleets, yeah, that's the other one. The bombs, because you don't have a locked target for them, you just fire them out. Do you believe Steven is aspiring Ashes to be PvP competitive? specifically in tournament competition or possibly esports? No, in fact, absolutely not. Steven and Jeff said years ago they're not designing with the esport model in mind. And that was a smart decision because Riot is coming out with an MMORPG, and Riot is going to absolutely focus on esports. Riot's MMO, esports aren't good in MMOs. That's absolutely false. Esports are great in MMOs. Esports are great in MMOs. If you build your MMO around the idea of esports. Esports are not good for subscription-based MMOs. Because subscription-based MMOs, your subscribers have an expectation of content geared towards them. And a free-to-play MMO, esports are great because it helps get you people in the door. It also helps get you a lot of audience who might actually one day form a team and then continue on your esport thing. Esports aren't bad for MMORPGs. They're bad for some. If you build your game around them, that's fine. WoW's esports do very well, fairly well, yeah. WoW, Blizzard though, man, they had a great game in Heroes of the Storm, and they started getting professional college teams and stuff, and they just gave up on it. Worked out pretty well for Fortnite. Fortnite was never an MMORPG, but yes, Fortnite ended up changing the entire spectrum of the world. I enjoyed the Race to Worlds first when new raids come out. Never played WoW, never will, but still enjoy that. Yeah, competitive dungeon running is a problem, but is a good thing. The problem was people got caught cheating with their dungeon runs. So, because HOTS was arcade, not competitive enough like League or Dota. No, I disagree with your statement. I think anything can be competitive enough if you make it lucrative enough. The problem is like Blizzard with everything else. Blizzard wastes potential. Blizzard wastes good. And one of Gibbs's rules from NCIS is you never waste good. And Blizzard wastes good. Do I work for Intrepid? No, I work for the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I happen to be the owner of it. I happen to be the only streamer on the label right now, but one day, you never trust a lawyer. True. But you always trust your lawyer after you've paid them. Remember, they are not your lawyer until you have paid them. They are not your lawyer until you have paid them. That is why smart people keep a very small retainer fee. Chibi is on the Ashes of Creation stream team, not on the Paradox Gaming Network label. Are you ever going to incorporate other streamers? Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Well, it was the plan, and then Wolfus was a streamer before I was, and Wolfus was supposed to be the other. Oh, you were quoting Gibbs's rules. You got to put the numbers on them, man. You got to put the numbers on them. And it's not always bring a knife. It's always carry a knife. Number 9, always carry a knife. So, what aspect of an MMO would you make an esport? If they had kept Castle Siege mode, they could have had an amazing esport arena, esport game. Yeah, basically, if you want competitive esports, they have to be instanced and they have to be non-interference. EVE Online does the tournament very, very well. Very, very well. Very well. What do you think of the raid boost of when people pay to get boosted on raids? Is Intrepid planning to work around that? They can't. How do you, are you talking, hold on. Are you talking in-game payment or out-of-game payment is the first one. What is your model for a streamer company? That is a very long conversation, and one of the things I will not disclose what my model for my company is. Because it's a disservice to the idea, and it's a disservice to anybody who would work with me. There are some things you don't discuss publicly, and your business model is one of those things. Unless you're an investor about to put $50,000 into my company. When it comes to the businesses, when it comes to the secret sauce of the business, you only talk to the only people who know that are people who signed NDAs. Let's see. Whatever happened to 10 men? Okay, so, as you guys heard me say many, many, many times over the years, I've been doing Ashes of Creation. I've been doing Ashes 101. I've been doing the videos. Every content creator and their brother and their mother and their next door neighbors, dogs, walkers, cousins, little sister, all jumped on the Ashes of Creation dick trying to get rich. They jumped up on the titties. And, they started making content, and then they didn't realize that life's not a track meet, it's a marathon. And they couldn't do a show that competes with this, so they didn't branch out to other games. And it's really difficult to start streaming. I content creator coach, I influencer coach, and I tell people, like, this is a job. This is a fun job, but this is absolutely a job, and you need to treat it like a job. You need to hustle it like a job. And some stats for you. Small business owners, 33% of small business owners are working 50 hours a week. 33% of business owners are working 60 hours a week. And the rest of the successful ones are working more than 60 hours a week. Because in a small business, you're going to spend 10 to 20 hours per week doing marketing. And you're going to spend between 3 and 12% of your gross revenue on marketing. And when I said that earlier for the first preliminary pass on something I was asked to put together, they said, "What do you mean 66% of small business owners are working 50 to 60 hours a week and the successful ones are working more?" And I said, if you're only working 60 hours a week at your small business is going to be one of those 20% that fail inside the first year. I tell people all the time, there's 24 hours in a day. Arnold Schwarzenegger, sleep for 6, you have 18 hours a day left. If you're a small business owner in the first year of that small business, if you tell me you're working a 60-hour work week, I'm telling you your investment's going around and around in the toilet and gonna go swirly. Because you're either not capitalizing on all the money you could be making, or you're not making plans for what's gonna happen when you become more successful. There is no such thing as time to do one thing at a time. But a lot of small business owners, they still want to be able to hang with the boys on Friday. They still want to be able to go to the ball game on Saturday. I tell you, I own a bunch of businesses. I'm the guy up here, and then there's people who manage these things for me, and then there's people who manage the individual establishment. I'm many levels removed from the day-to-day operation because I don't want, like, I have somebody who's the manager of the bars. I don't want to get a phone call saying, "Hey man, there's nobody here to bartend tonight." I don't want that call. If I'm getting that call, there's a whole lot of people between me and the bartender getting fired, because this isn't a me problem. This sounds like a you problem. It sounds like your monkey. It sounds like your monkey needs to be taken out and shot. Like I said, we closed up a bar this year, at the end of last year. We closed up a karaoke bar. There were people who were devastated. They worked there a bunch of years. They made really good money. So, I said, okay, but what went wrong? They said COVID. I said, I can't beat COVID, baby. I can't beat COVID. I'm like, there's nothing you can do. Just work harder and you'll succeed. No, absolutely not. No. If you always do what you've always done, then you always get what you always got, especially in content creation. Worst advice you can ever give to a streamer is to just stream more and they'll get more viewers. If you've been streaming 18 hours a week for months and you have 3 average viewers, suddenly streaming 25 hours a week is not going to get you more viewers. Marketing, advertising, networking, collaborations. Gotta work smarter, not harder. Absolutely. Only free ticket to somewhat decent viewership right away is if you're one of the best players in the game you stream. Actually, no. Actually, not at all. You can be one of the best people. You can be one of the best players in a game. But if you don't have minimum skills for the other E, the E of engagement, right? You need to be fun. You need to be engaging. You need to be entertaining. You need to be educational. You can be the best player in the world, but if you don't engage with your audience, you're never going to have people staying in the channel. You know why? Because your shit's getting clipped, your shit's getting spread out, and it's being done by people that are doing it for themselves. I hate watching people clip out other streamer stuff and then publicizing it. If you find a really good clip for a streamer, clip it, send it to the streamer and say, hey, this is a really good clip. You might want to push this one out on your social media. But when you push it out on their social media, you're growing your presence on whatever platforms you push it out, and you're doing nothing to help that streamer. I feel like you still have a pretty good head start, though. You don't. You absolutely don't, Milos, because here's the thing. You could be the very best Ashes of Creation player. You could be the very best Ashes of Creation player on day one, and you drop into the Ashes of Creation category. If you're not entertaining, you're not educational, or you're not engaging, why is anybody going to stay on your screen? That's not what people come. That's not what people come to Twitch for. So you're never going to have the head start because you're never going to have the core audience. It's like somebody complained to me. I got a serious, genuine complaint during alpha that I was streaming too much. I finished the show one day, went and ate dinner, jumped in the hot tub, came back to my computer to dress up the show, put the thumbnail on it, poured it over. Got a PM from another streamer. You streaming too much. So what the fuck does that mean? I'm sorry. I don't quite understand. And they said you're streaming too much. People aren't falling down into the category. And I was like, that's not my job. That's not my job is to not stop streaming so the breadcrumbs fall to you. Maybe it's just something I do, but when I start, I typically look for the mechanically best streamer I can find and just try to look from it. Just watching is enough. Now, with that, I want to just ask you, is the person not talking? No, from another streamer? Yeah, from another streamer. But you don't stay forever there because of their ability. It gets dull. Yeah, I don't care if they talk. Well, then, Milos, you are the 1% of people that goes. You probably go to somebody's live stream if they don't have an overlay, if they don't have a camera, if they don't have a mic, and they're just playing. You're one of the rare fews who goes and watches somebody else play video games. You're one of the rare few. Watch all these new streamers going to try to capitalize in this game when it launches. Many just live on momentum and they try to leech everything trending to survive. Sad something they can't find their identity. Yeah, and that's what I say to people. The Ashes of Creation community is the most mind-boggling fucking community I'm in. They complain about all the new up-and-coming streamers, all the new up-and-coming video makers. They actively make fun of people who make videos, and I say to them, it's because this community is still virgin territory. Not just because they're gamers, but this game is still virgin territory because there's 144,000 subscribers on the official Ashes of Creation YouTube, and I can't get my ass above 20,000. BCG can't grow. Smurg isn't growing the way he should be in a community this rich and ripe. The Golden Feather isn't growing. Narc's growing, but Narc is doing the diligence, and he's making clickbaity titles, and he's putting a video out every day. That's how you beat YouTube. You beat YouTube by making clickbaity titles and putting a video out every day. So I'm just a filthy tryhard who's trying to become top tier. Okay, Milos, I'm gonna call you out on that statement then. You go to the best player that you can watch. But if there was a player that was rated 100 and a player that was rated 99, and the player that was rated 99 was educational, engaging, answering questions, you would watch that player who's a 99 over the player that's 100, because you're going to get more out of the player who's a 99. At some point, there's a crossover on the XY chart. I would even say this player's rated at 100, this player's rated at a 97. If this player is actively engaging and actively educational, then you're going to find that 97 more likable, because they're actually answering your questions. So this number is going to keep coming down until a certain point where you say that person's not good enough. So like 97, 96, 95, I'd say somewhere 95, 94, the person's skill might not be high enough, but I don't think a person who's rated at 100 who does no engaging is going to trump somebody who's a 96 who's answering 700 questions in a 13-hour stream. You would be surprised how many Dota 2 streamers have a bunch of views with no mics or cams. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. But what? Give me an empirical number on what a bunch of views looks like, and then give me those streamers' names, and I can go look at their channels, and I can give you a whole other picture about what's going on. Some streamers don't even game. Skill doesn't go into account. I'd even say lower skill is more entertaining. No, dirty peoples. You're arguing a different point. You're now arguing preference. You're saying what Milos is doing is wrong, and you're doing... Milos is going for what Milos is looking for. You're going for what you're going for. But his original point was, I want to watch somebody to get better. And my counter was, if that person's talking... right? If that person's talking and is a 99, he's going to watch the 99 versus the 100, because the 99 is answering his questions. Imagine if I didn't answer questions all day long. People aren't going to just keep watching the same footage over and over. I just saw a post on the Ash's Instagram showing a mount running as fast as a car. Is it the lizard? Is it the lizard? So it might have been the lizard one. Let's see. November mount stuff. Yeah, it's this one. It's right about at the end. It's right about here. Yeah, this is the one where Steven's using the GM cheats. No, the mounts aren't that fast. Not saying you're gonna stay, but saying they will find you. They won't find you. That's the problem, though, because in order to stay at the top of the food chain, you have to have viewer retention. So, I wish Jahlon would start a political economics stream. I don't even watch. I'm getting there. I'm gonna start chopping these shows up into. I'm gonna dedicate like a part of the show every day to life. I'm going to start doing some just chatting streams where we talk about politics and economics, dirty pupils, so that I can let you know what's going on. I got a bunch of work I need to get done. I know that there's a day next month I'm going to wake up and I'm going to get hit in the face with the brick again, and then I'm going to have to put my face all back together, and then I'm going to see where I am. Remember, I told you guys I got a major life event going on. Family, friends, the kid with leukemia is doing really, really well. I've got the last 2 years have just saddled me with bullshit, and I'm ill. As you guys know, I said I have to eat at certain times, and then I struggle to keep food down. So I've been pretty sick for the last several months. The thing about being sick when you're vomiting all the time is you gain weight, because you got to keep eating. You basically have to keep eating high calorie, high fat food, because the longer you keep it in you, the more calories you get. It sucks. I hope to get that resolved. But yes, I do want to do a just chatting. I do want to do a just chatting every week. I also want to do a content creator coach one every week. So you don't think if someone puts #1 rank in their title and is actually rank 1, they will get more initial views than someone who's new in the game? No, because the problem is what's the discoverability on Twitch? Let me hear it. I'll tell you right now. Let's not do that. If I go to League of Legends right now, and I sort, do you think today League of Legends happens to have, and not every category is always got this, but in League of Legends, you can sort high to low, low to high, recommended for you, or recently started. Go to League of Legends right now, and you're gonna see 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. People on Twitch don't go sort low to high. People on Twitch sort high to low, and there's what's known as the magic 9. The first row is 4 in an ad, and the second row is 5. If you're not in those 9 slots, your discoverability on Twitch is almost nothing. But yeah, Milo, you're not gonna get discovered, because in order to, like, if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then why is it so hard for good streamers to get discovered? It is what this game is. Their pro players are known from esport events. That's why they have a lot of views. They don't have to be discovered on Twitch. Exactly. They don't have to be discovered on Twitch. You get discovered, number one, because of the casting and tournament marketing, not the stream. Exactly. They already know you. They already know you as number one. Opposite spectrum, look at Tyler 1. I can't look at Tyler 1. I have no idea who Tyler 1 is. For the most part, you find out these goldmine streamers from the community, actually, rather than searching on Twitch. Yes. That is ironically why I tell content creators all the time, your effort needs to be on building your community. I am not the most important person on my show. I have the mic, I have the camera, I have the hat. But I am not the most important person on my show. The most important people on my show are the first 20 people who are here. The most important people on my YouTube videos are the reason why I give you guys on Monday night, I give you guys the video early. It's why I give my Discord the video a day early. It technically, that does give you a head start if you want to start streaming. No, it doesn't. And you're arguing with me on a point that you're 100% wrong on. That being good doesn't give you any head start. Being good doesn't give you any head start. Because the fact you're good doesn't do anything for you. The fact that you have a marketing machine behind you, an advertising machine behind you. If you're a number one player in a tournament and you decide to start streaming, you didn't start the same way. You didn't come in through the plebeian door and work your way up. You walked in through the VIP door. There is a huge like, if I go in, I'm going to be streaming a game tomorrow. I've never streamed this particular game. I'm going to stream that game tomorrow, and I'm probably going to start with between 35 and 50 viewers, because I have a Discord of people that I can ping, notify me. They're going to, I could fucking sit here and color with crayons, have a camera facing downward and just fucking color. And there'd be 20 people that would watch me from my community. They'd be like, I'm going to make a joke. Jay's going to talk to me. I'm going to ask about a book. Jay's going to talk to me. I get what you're saying, but if you don't have the other skills of a streamer, you can get rated. Shit, what happened to that one kid got rated by Ninja? Got, 110,000 people dropped on him, and his streaming career ended in a blaze of glory because he had his Windows fucking bar up, and he had goddamn Pornhub as one of his saved bookmarks. Like, the hell are you doing? You just got handed the fucking keys to the kingdom. It could I'd love to get rated by 100,000 people. I'd love to have a chance to retain 4% of that. Josh Strife Hayes, a better streamer, got lucky by Asmongold reacting to him. He worked smarter and got lucky, as he explained on a video, which makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, the head start they get is because of the work they put in on Twitch, but on a building an audience, people who know of you in another way, and has the potential to transfer to Twitch viewership if you're on top of your skills. Again, no. Milos, no. You don't I'm just saying this. You don't understand how Twitch works. you do not understand how Twitch works, right? So you're saying it's going to give you a head start. It's not. Because why are those people going to come into your stream? And if you say you started with they're a good player, that doesn't mean dick. You only know they're a good player because of somebody else's marketing work. They only have a name because of somebody else's marketing work. And then even then, I saw somebody say it, and it's the important part. There are pro players who stream on Twitch who have dick all for audience because they don't have those other pieces in place. They don't have the entertaining, the education. There are very few streamers that carry by not having the je ne sais quoi that is the streamer quality. There's people with better gameplay ability than me in the Ashes community. But listening to them talk is like watching fucking paint dry. Like, they're not, like, I tell them, you need to be in front of a camera 1 hour a day. Well, what do? You read fucking Shakespeare. You practice. You try it. It's not going to be a head start. What's going to help you is that if you have a community built, and that's more than just being good at the game. If you have followers, if you have like roadies, if you have followers that are in a Discord with you, Harris Heller is a great example of this. I get why Harris Heller is doing what he's doing, right? But it's kind of weird. He's got 100,000 people in his Discord, but when he streams, he gets 1,000 people. He's got that big community on his Discord, but where are they all when he goes live? See what I'm saying? One doesn't necessarily equate to the other. Josh Strife Hayes does a clever thing. He has a live premiere on YouTube so he can advertise for his streams during that video. That's good marketing. It is good marketing. Live premieres are pretty good. I mean, they're a good thing. I don't like live premieres because number one, I can't stream to YouTube. I must stream to Twitch. If I'm doing video games, I must stream to Twitch. But at the same time, Josh Strife Hayes is doing this as a hustle. You can always tell the difference between people who need this job and people who do this job because they want to do this job. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I've noticed, in fact, is he on? He's on Twitch as well. Or maybe he's not on Twitch. Somebody else is on Twitch. But if you have a following somewhere else, bringing that following to Twitch absolutely going to help you. But being good at a video game, I don't think is going to bring you that following. I'm saying that they will probably get 20 viewers initially instead of 2. And I disagree with you. He meant on the video premiere, he says I stream on Twitch. Oh, I mean, meh. That's not a big deal. I think the bigger issue that probably started from Fortnite when a surge of kids wanting to stream started trending. The misconception is that just showcasing top PvP gameplay equals enough. Yeah, anybody on my website on paradoxgaming.net, I have a content creator coach running article thing. And what I say is respect each platform, treat each platform appropriately. You can be poggers all the time in your games. And BCG has a whatever shooter game he plays. He's got a TikTok with several 100,000 views, right? But that doesn't mean that any of those people are going to convert over to be Twitch followers. Each platform, it will help you keep the viewers better. Not necessarily. If I had to start streaming today, what platform would I choose? Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube? I will tell you right now, if I had to start over, I would not take my Twitch affiliate. Because remember, I made Twitch affiliate in the minimum number of days, on the absolute minimum number of days, I was a Twitch affiliate. Because I told my community, I told my guild, well, okay, my guild conned me into streaming, and I did it. And I said, the only way I'm doing this is if I make affiliate right off the bat. Well, they all showed up. So I never streamed to 0 people. I never streamed to 0 people. I made affiliate like that. When Wolfus Moon was going to be affiliate, the community, we shared a community at that point. She made affiliate right off the bat. I would not do that in 2022. I would get restream, and I would restream to Twitch, Facebook, D Live, and YouTube all at the same time. I would hit all of those at the same time with restream, because if I can get 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch, and I can get 1 or 2 viewers on YouTube, and I can get 1 or 2 viewers on D Live, right? And I can create a chat widget for my screen that lets all these people talk to each other, then I would spend the first several weeks building a cross-platform community. I want to remind people, affiliate is great for Twitch because it gives you some tools. However, affiliate blocks your ability to restream. People are like, oh, I'm going to get paid because I got affiliate. Really? You're going to get paid? How many average viewers you got? 3? So they all subscribe to you. It's about $7 a month minus taxes. You got about $4. There are a lot of ways to make money as a streamer. It doesn't have to be through tips or through bits and subs. So I would absolutely not do it the same way. I would restream for a long time. And as I say, I have my community. I am the least important person. I am a mandatory piece of this equation, but I am the least important person. I'm like the patient in a surgery. I have to be there because without me, nothing's going on, but everybody else in the room is more important than me. I talk to people about our community all day, every day. Ideas, like we've got some new channel reward stuff. We're doing some stuff. We're going to be doing some stuff Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Try to earn the company some money it's like no money out of your pocket directly. Little bit of your time, install a game, have some fun. So, I did see somebody talk about Ninja and Shroud on Mixer. I do want to point this out. It's not a crime. It's not an insult to say their numbers were weak. Their numbers were weak on Mixer. They each made bank. Is there a way to take back affiliate partner with Twitch? Because I like what you're saying. You can contact Twitch and you can offboard as an affiliate. You can say, hey, I would like to offboard as affiliate. I no longer want to be an affiliate, and they'll offboard you. Partner's a little bit different. Because they have to release you from your partner contract. Affiliate's an invitation to their program. Partner is a signed one-on-one contract. People forget I'm a partner. I start talking about being a partner, and they're like, what do you know about being a partner? And I'm like, the fuck? Like, why you do me like that? Is this considering you would start streaming with the possibility without worrying about the money? Yes. This is my hobby. But because it's a hobby that generates a lot of money, I have a corporation. I always disclose that when people ask me this. I own a corporation. Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated is the corporation that owns my channel, my YouTube, my PGN YouTube, and it will own my Jahlon on YouTube when that's about to be monetized. And PGN Incorporated owns PGN Music, the record label, which owns all the music you're hearing. I do that because render unto Caesar, thus which is Caesar's. I don't want this stuff to conflict with my personal money. I don't want, because I'm a weird streamer and I know that, guys. I absolutely know that I don't have the sub goal up with a 3090. Hey, we need to buy me a 3090. I hate that shit. I hate that shit as a streamer. If you want to donate money to me, you want to give me money, you want to give money to me, that's great. It's going to go into music. It's going to go into art. It's going to go into logos. It's going to go into animations. It's going to go into stuff that makes the game, or makes, not the game, makes the experience better. But all this stuff, and here, let me, I think, what the hell? Did my cat attack my camera? Did. So all this gear you see right here, you guys didn't buy a penny of that. You guys didn't buy a penny of that. I bought all this. A 3090 can make your experience better, but I understand your point. Now, here's the problem with that. A 3090 can't make your experience better, because if you have to choose between putting $100 in my pocket for me to get a 3090, or you keeping $100 in your pocket for you to get a 3090, I expect you to keep your $100 in your pocket for you to get a 3090. That's what I expect. That's what I expect. To be honest, you're giving Intrepid a lot of free material, feedback, voice. I don't know if they're paying you or tipping you. No, I do not. Because you asked, I am legally obligated to mention this. This is not a paid promotion. I do not get paid by Intrepid. I have what everybody else in the Ashes of Creation community can have. I have a referral link. So if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation and you're ever going to play this game, or you think you might play this game, sign up using my referral link. It costs you nothing. It gets you nothing. But for the duration of forever, I get 15% of all your purchases. All that goes to the company, and that goes into paying Fiverr artists. So, no, I do not. If it is a paid promotion, you will always see me say, in my title, it'll say hashtag paid promotion, hashtag ad something. Are there limitations of being a partner? Yes. There are limitations of being a Twitch partner. The biggest one being, when you are a Twitch partner, you stream on Twitch. There are Twitch partners who have individual contracts. Well, let me back that up. Every Twitch partner has an individual contract with Twitch. The vast majority of them all have a standard contract. Some people have contracts that allow them to stream on other platforms as long as they're not streaming video games. What if, say, you'd give me the $100 because you see the potential and ability in my streaming, but say games look like crap at 720 resolution? Like, you don't need the 3090 for yourself. My response to that is, that would be an investment. I would not give you $100. If I saw the potential and the ability in your streaming, I would contact you as the director of my company, and we would sign an agreement. We would sign a private investor to investee agreement, and I would front you capital, and then you would pay me back capital with interest, and you would have certain promotional responsibilities. I have offered that deal to a handful of streamers and a handful of YouTubers in the past. I can always tell the ones that are going to make it, and I can always tell the ones that aren't. The moment you tell them you're going to pay me back with interest, and you're going to create content for me, and you're going to promote my content, and they're like, I don't want to do that, then you don't understand how the business world works. Because what's your value? What's my value? What's my money worth? And then most of those people, they've gone and they fucked off and they realized this is too hard. Do you make money with referral links for the game? Yes, I do. However, that is not paid promotion. There is a difference between an affiliate link and paid promotion. If Intrepid hands me $1,000 and says, do a show for us, that's paid promotion. If they have an affiliate link that's available to everybody, not just content creators, that's an affiliate program. That is not paid promotion. My hustle in that is what makes me money, not Intrepid giving me a check. What would be the goals and channel vision post-launch? Help newbies with guides, content reviews, or build your own community within the game. All of the above. All of the above. I think that I think the easiest way to grow in any new video game is to help people. The more you help people, the more you help players, the more likely they are to watch your content. They'll watch your content for some of it and they'll be like, that was really helpful. I do not yet have a 100,000 view video on YouTube, but what I will tell you is very, very funny and very, very ironic. Let me grab the number. Let me grab the numbers. I tend to make what's known as evergreen content, and my content is looked at over and over and over again. My highest viewed video ever has 89,000 views on it. Now, the funny part about this is that it was published in 2019. And when I first published it, it got about 5,000 views. And then it happened to be on ArcAge. It happened to be on the class system. And what happened was they decided later on in the year that they were going to do a fresh start. Well, what happened was I had the best video on YouTube about the class system in ArcAge. So it went from 5,000 views to like 65,000 views, because that's how it works. Sometimes it's not about having the right content today. And that's one of the things I tell YouTubers all the time. There is a difference between a how-to video and a product review video. A product review video is going to make a whole lot of views as the product's coming out. The 40 series graphics cards, the 40 series graphics cards reviews, boom, all these videos popping up, all these tons of views on them. But you make a video that says how to properly optimize your 20 series graphics card to get 40 series quality. It's going to be a couple of views here, a couple of views here, a couple of views here, a couple of views here. But then as the 20 series becomes the old dog, it's going to get a lot more views. Making a video on how to change a tire on a Tesla isn't going to have a lot of views right off the bat. You know when that video is going to get views? When people with Teslas get flat tires. I made one really dumb 30-second video on how to enter waters of far seeing in WoW, and it got like 6K views, which for me is a lot since I don't make videos. Yeah, I did a video on leadership in movies from Pearl Harbor on my Jahlon on channel, and some bitch got 6,000 views. I did the Embers in the Wind YouTube album, got 21,000 views. I have a video on a channel with 21,000 views that's actually 99%. 99% of the views on that channel are from one video. It's crazy. That's just the nature of the beast. But I think back to what started this rabbit hole. The Ashes of Creation community is one of the worst communities I've ever seen. It is absolutely one of the worst communities I've ever seen. And what I mean by that is they complain about people coming into the community and trying to be content creators, which doesn't hurt them at all. Somebody new coming into the community to be a content creator isn't a bad thing. Now it's a bad thing if they're the type of content creator that's making clickbait bullshit and you want to put your foot down on that. But the Ashes of Creation community hasn't really picked their 5 creators. They haven't turned around and been like, these are our guys. We don't have the Asmongold of Ashes. Aren't they still doing the Content Creator Academy thing? The Content Creator Academy thing is a noble idea. It's a great idea. It's a wonderful thing for a company to try to do. I think it's going to completely blow up in their face, and they're not going to understand why a lot of people don't accept the invitation. So, what's a level 1, level 2 seller on Fiverr? A level 1 seller on Fiverr has completed 50 gigs with reviews at 4.7 or above, and I think level 2 is 100. I tend to use new sellers and level 1 sellers because they're cheap. As they get to level 2, they start to make more money because they start to be at the top of the Fiverr searches. I can't wait until we start seeing many of the zones that we are used to seeing over and over in your main window once they are released on Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, that is absolutely one of the things I want them to get to. I want to see this area with that cliff face done in nanite. That's where I disagree. That's where I disagree with how Intrepid does their marketing. I think that they need to stop trying to sell this thing like it's a vacuum, and they need to start treating this thing like what it is. You signed up on Fiverr once to help with Spanish, and it was removed due to potential scam, or basically as I was going to do kids' homework. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I was gonna put my content creator help up on Fiverr, because if I'm gonna do the channel reviews, I might as well get paid for it. But two fears: one fear is it'll get removed, or two fears is that I'll suddenly, like, if I'm only gonna charge somebody, you know, $10 to do a channel review and marketing help, I'm afraid I'll get like 500 of them, and I'll be like, fuck, there goes my life. I'm gonna be sitting here for the next 3 weeks. I mean, like, next 3 weeks helping people. Not that I would mind helping people, but to me, it wouldn't be worth, like, it would be worth it to get compensated when I do it. But at the same time, like, with what I would want for my hourly rate, I don't think many small content creators are going to do it. Maybe because I put a low price for Spanish help, review, and even follow up after. Yeah. Probably. Aw, have a hat. Appreciate that. I can't wait to see nanite at the Pirate Cove with the big rocks above the water. Yeah, I want to see them doing scenes like this, and getting this stuff converted. I can't wait to see the rock, the snow rock face in nanite either. That back there. Stop jumping around, you damn frog. I like snow. We're living in the Arctic, man. We're living, my guild is living over in the Arctic. We're going to be Arctic foxes. We're all going to have white armor, and we're going to lay down in the snow and pelt people with snowballs and steal their caravans. So, I don't think there were any good forum posts today. Let's check real quick. Northeast, east, or southeast? I don't know yet. I need to see how things go. Should your clan be able to see your trade skills? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that one. Let me see. Need to grab that one too. Okay. Are they going to make the map larger now when it's possible on Unreal Engine 5? Well, no, because they were already going to. First of all, the thing Steven said about the map thing, ignore what he said in the live stream about the map thing. The map that they were going for, the 480 square kilometers with the 100 square kilometers of Underrealm, what Steven was talking about is the default map size per grid in Unreal Engine. They were always going to have, always going to have meep, back to you. Meep, I'm a sheep. They were always going to have the world they want. No, they're not going to make the world bigger just because Unreal Engine 5 allows them to make modules bigger. So, should you be able to link your trade skills in chat for people to see if you have X recipe and what the mats are needed to make it? Or should you be forced to have a conversation? Forced to have a conversation. I do not want to see trade chat littered up to shitting back with people linking recipes. Whisper, sure. If you want to whisper them, have a day. All right. Should your clan be able to see your trade skill levels? Just a thought, in other games, there are often shoutouts for particular grade level crafters. So wondering if it would be considered a valuable thing to have the in-house guild menu that lists all guild members to have a table alongside the players' names, level, rank level in the clan menu, and also shows selective skill stats for other people to see. No. No. Only if the guild has fed me all of the mats it took for me to get that level. If I am the guild, right? If I am the guild cook and I am a master cook and the guild provided me the mats to power me to 50 and mastery, then yes. But I do not necessarily want to be getting PMs all the time from my guild saying, and I hate this, where people say you have to make this for me. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. Most MMOs I've played have this. Which MMOs have you played that have this? It is and should be somewhat standard. No, it shouldn't. No, if the people in your guild want to know your stats, they should ask. It's a simple mutual social interaction that is groundwork for other social interactions. It's one of those convenience optimizations that sounds nice on paper, but just makes it harder to tell how a guild and people operate as a social unit when you're starting out. People with dedicated guilds can and do have other ways to operate their own spreadsheets that are going to be much more in depth than the UI anyway, and they don't. And if they don't, it's either not that important to them or they're just as good at memorizing anyway. Yes. Yes, exactly. If somebody's PMing the guild leader for crafting, I might have words for them. Yeah, because it's going to work like this. Ready? It's going to work like this. I'm the top of the food chain because I'm up here, and my job is to operate at the strategic level. When it comes to the logistics, I literally am going to be talking to Faye and going to be like, how are the logistics? Are you good? Do we need something? Does the recruiting department have to recruit? Do you got it? I don't care if Faye has it written on a fucking napkin, a spreadsheet. It'll probably be a spreadsheet knowing Faye. But, right? As long as he knows what we have. Hey, man, we're being sieged this week. We need 50 pieces of siege equipment. The only answer I expect from the head of my logistics department when I say we're being sieged this week and we need 50 siege engines, the only answer I want to hear is got it. Because I'm literally it's like this. We're being sieged this week, I need 50 catapults. If it's any other than got it, my head's already turning. Right? My head's already moving. Because a good leader is going to tell me the moment there's a capability that we're lacking. Hey, just to let you know, the shipbuilder, he got poached. He got taken by another guild. Hey, just to let you know, the shipbuilder caught a 6-month deployment. Hey, just to let you know, the shipbuilder got married. Oh shit. Okay. So got it. Make a little note. I need to find us a shipbuilder. So when I'm talking to potential recruits, hey, you don't happen to be a shipbuilder, do you? When I'm doing employment applications, I'm really looking for X, right? What do you think about the Intrepid implementing a basic in-game DKP for guilds to use? All right. So, do I want a DKP system in my MMO from the developer? As long as I have full control over it, yes. If they're going to try to do some crazy shit where it's a basic one and I don't have control over it, then the answer is no. We lost our main healer in Arcage because they had a baby. I lost one of my best Dark Runners in Arcage because she got killed. I lost one of my best healers in Arcage because she got killed as well. That always sucks. That sucks balls. That is a bad day. In Arcage, if you were ever on Selphira and you were near my mansion, people used to ask all the time. No, they died really close. They died really close to each other in life. One of them died in a car accident, and then the other one got stabbed in an alley protecting her little sister. But people came to my mansion and they thought they were like, I'd get weird PMs to be like, dude, why are you so morbid? And I'd be like, what do you mean? And they'd be like, why do you have a graveyard? Why do you have a graveyard in your mansion? I said, it's for the dead guild members. They mean like, oh, the ones that died in game? No, the community members who died in real life. I was like, is this that hard to, is this a concept that gamers don't understand? People die and they don't respawn. We need happy music. Although we need happy music, and the first song on the trance album is actually entitled Unhappy Accident. Fucking irony. The irony is strong with me today. Yeah, so we had a little graveyard. Oh, by the way, guys, you know how I say all the time about like medical stuff on the show and about how you got to be careful? And I say, oh, you need to understand medicine. I think it's a really important thing. I tell people, I've told people repeatedly, I said, if you get burned, if you're burned at a certain temperature, it burns and you don't even realize it. I didn't even notice. I caught myself off the oven. I didn't notice it until this morning. That's why I say you got to be really, really careful. I like with your kids, always be really, really careful. Ovens at 450 degrees, burn, and you might not even feel it because you just damage the nerve endings so quickly. Your body's like, nope. Hold on. Let's hold on to that one. I will grab the companion app question in just a moment. I would suggest that if you're in a guild that needs to obfuscate information in order to increase social interaction, you should probably not be in such a shit guild. No, generally not. I don't see why you'd want to hide this. I'd go a step further and say your guild members can see what you can craft. No, I don't. I want to be able to hide that. Not having in-game options to help manage the guild forces people to alt-tab to get the guild information. Let meaningful optional people put their own player information in the guild. Yes, I think the punchline of the joke here is, can I offer that information? Yes, but is it automatic? No. If I want to hide my information, I should be able to hide my information. Let me grab this one. What do you think about companion apps for ashes to keep up with crafting, logistics, and auction houses? I like them. I like the idea of companion apps. The reason why I like the idea of companion apps is companion apps are immersion building. Because obviously you're not going to be sitting at your PC with your companion app open being like, oh, no, you're going to be at your damn PC. But anything... So Karthos is going to throw stuff at me, and I'm going to say this, but anything that increases your dopamine and your serotonin level in interaction with anything is helping increase your addiction to your activity. So I think having a companion app is absolutely brilliant because it increases your serotonin and your dopamine. And like I teach you guys, you should never have, this should not be your alarm clock. This should not be your alarm clock. You should get an alarm clock. And your phone, unless you have a reason why you need to have your phone in your bedroom, your phone should not be in your bedroom. And if your phone has to be in your bedroom because you're on call or whatever, it should not be reachable from your bed. You should have to get up. You should have to get up and walk over to your phone. The reason why, y'all wake up in the middle of the night, you look at your phone, and did you know that when you look at your phone and you don't have a text message on it, you get sad because you feel let down because nobody loves you enough to text you. There's been a ton of psychological research done on this. What do you do? What do you do when you're feeling sad? You go through your text messages and you start texting. You shoot out 5 to 10 or 12 text messages. Now I can't do that because I don't have 5 phone numbers. I probably have about 4 phone numbers in my phone. I get happy when I look at my phone and I didn't get a text. I get sad texts a lot. Okay, you're an outlier. Did they say they'll have an open API for these apps? No. There is no APIs. They're not doing anything with APIs. Yeah, your wife and you stop doing anything in your bedroom other than bedroom things. Absolutely. This show hitting too hard at 1 a.m. Yeah, that's my show. My show hits hard. Let's see. Should opening up new regions also permit server population increases? No, because the old content is still designed for 10,000 concurrent players. Just because you open up new regions doesn't mean you have changed those mechanics. No, because the original content is designed for a concurrent population of 10,000. You guys won't be able to see the rest unless you modify that original content. You shouldn't increase the concurrent up cap. Felt it necessary to leave my comments, but no. Should opening up new regions also permit server populations? Should lands expand in the future updates, there's a likely associated increased population disbursement. So wondering if permitting regional limits, but also increasing overall limit might be a way to go. No, not at all. Something would need to be done, but increasing the population limit is only any good if new players are coming in. Yeah, that's the other one. I'm worried about servers going like how a lot of New World servers went and just dying. 10,000 people is a lot of people. Yeah, but remember, number one, Intrepid Studios is releasing a game, not a half-baked alpha. Number two, Intrepid Studios is going to do proper server management. Number three, 2,000 person server with 50 versus 50 combat over nodes that can be manipulated isn't a good system. Basically, we didn't do too much there. We just said, should new regions also permit population increases to the server? And the answer is no. The original content is designed for 10,000 concurrent players. You can't just turn around and say, oh, we're going to have 15,000 people on the server, and then you're going to be like, well, what about all that original content? New World also restricted its server population to 2,000, and basically doing server merges was their plan A to manage launch populations. Also true. New World said our plan is to do merges. Not really a bad idea, considering that the longevity of ownership of the nodes, their towns, isn't like the same as the node system in Ashes of Creation. And Ashes of Creation, server merges will be the absolute last resort, because you're basically telling everybody on a server, thanks for playing, but all the work you've ever done is for nothing. And what we're going to do is we're going to merge your server with one or two other servers that also failed, probably 2 or 3 servers that also failed. There is a lot of ways to get around needing to do merges. Oh, do we want clans to do trade skills? No. The overall was pretty much no. Have it an option if people want it to be an option, but don't make it mandatory. Good afternoon, Mr. Paradox Gaming Network. Hey, it's Fupo. Planning to intentionally do merges when the nodes can be lost to a guild because that merge has the potential to really piss a lot of people off. Yeah. New World was dumb. New World was really dumb. New World also, like I said, I don't think it's unfair to say that New World released a half-baked alpha. So, are the Ashes servers going to be divided by language? No. And let me say this, and I have said this many times. And by the way, I just want to remind people, I don't care if you want to fight with me over geopolitics or history. But please remember, if you're not a historian and you're not a political scientist, please don't come at me with bullshit arguments. I was disrespectful to the Russian people because 16 million Russians died in World War II and only 400,000 Americans died in World War II. And I was disrespectful by saying that America won the war in Europe. Okay, let me say this. I feel bad for the about 8 million Russian civilians who died. I do not feel bad for any of the Russian military members who died, because if you remember, Russia signed the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I, and Russia didn't even have the balls to declare war on Poland before they invaded. Russia snuck attacked Poland while Poland was trying to deal with the Nazis, which they had no opportunity or capability to even do. But at least Germany had the decency to declare war on Poland before they started a fucking war. So, please, if you disagree with something I say, make sure you bring some facts. Yeah, the snow won the war on the Eastern Front, not the Russians. Exactly. But now to go back to, are the Ashes servers going to be divided by language for EU? No, nor should they. Nor should they. Nor should they. Because y'all have to realize the United States of America doesn't have an official language. We deal with every single language. English, French, Spanish, and anybody else that wants to speak their language, we have to accept because we have no official language. With that said, it is racist to restrict servers by language. Because you are saying, English is not the official language of the United States. No, it is not. We have no official language. Yeah, today you learned. If you do a Google search on it, what you will find is 2017 to 2020, there's been a lot of Congress people that are promoting bills into our Congress that say we need to make English the official language, but we have no official language. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, learn to speak our language is my favorite guy to pounce on because we don't have one. Correct. They tried to pass a law for it. They've been trying for 5 years. So, no, Europe should not have language-specific servers, period. It's 2022, people. Europe, you're never going to get on par. Like, it's the United States, China, Russia, Europe's down here. You guys all got to come up with one language. Make it common. Make it stark. I don't care. Let's see. South America got over 120,000 concurrent players during New World launch. After a few weeks, it dropped to 15 to 10K peak due to all the problems. What do you think is the best solution for an eventual South America server? One server with huge queues at launch, or opening 2 servers and risking a ton of them dropping? It's a big concern for my community. I and many other hopefuls hope we only get one server. Well, first of all, South America ain't even getting a server at launch. Okay? You're not even getting a server at launch. Because... First of all, you need to give me the data where you got 120,000 concurrent players. I've not seen that statistic, so I need to see that. Number 2, there's a huge difference between comparing New World to Ashes of Creation. One of those is a buy-to-play game. One of those is a subscription-based game. So, number 1, for me to really continue on this course, I need the empirical data that tells me there were 120,000 concurrent South American players. Intrepid said we would in multiple occasions. No, the fuck they haven't. No, they haven't. No, the fuck they haven't. No, they never did. No, they never fucking did. Stop saying Intrepid did. Intrepid has never said you're getting a server on launch. They have never said that. They have never said that. They have never said that. Stop putting words in Intrepid's mouth when it benefits you. They have never said you're getting a server in South America at launch. Ever. Ever. The only servers that are coming: NA, EU, OCA, SCA, CIS. Those are the only servers that are coming at launch. Now, the South American server thing is, how are they going to deal with harmonization without a server? Really, it's simple. If you want to play in North America from South America, you pay $15 a month. If you don't want to pay $15 a month, you wait. You wait. You wait until they put a server there. Confederate of Independent States. The South American servers were artificially populated at New World launch because queues were so bad on NA and EU. So people just started making characters to play on South American servers because they were low pop. Interesting. Like any large country, the English spoken in Southeast is different than Northeast, which is different than the Southwest. So let me I'm gonna get you the quote because I hate when people misquote Intrepid servers. Margaret replied, a streamer from my guild saying we would get servers at launch on his chat. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. And even if she did, ready? No, she didn't. And a statement in a streamer, yeah, show me the clip. Show me the screenshot. However, I want to remind you, if Margaret said that, it doesn't mean dick. Margaret is not an executive at Intrepid Studios. Margaret is not a decision maker. Other server regions will be considered based on interest. South America is under consideration due to traffic from that region. Once we get closer to launch, we will update this information, which may include additional regions. Do not say somebody who's not a decision maker from a company made a statement and that's binding. Because I got the statement from the owner of the company that says you're not getting a server at launch. It's under consideration. There has never been a Steven confirmed statement that you're getting a server at launch. I'd like to see the screenshot because I'd like to see the verbiage. However, until I see that screenshot, I'm going to say she didn't say that. So if you got the screenshot, you can send it to me on Discord. Actually, or you can post a link here to like Imgur. Now, with that said, why would you not have a South American server? Lots of reasons. Number one, South American players don't want to pay $15 a month. There are some, look at the games that are played by South American players. They're buy-to-play games or they're free-to-play games. Factor in how much money, $15 a month. Let's first of all, I highly doubt any of them have, not any of them. I highly doubt a large enough section of the population has the money in pocket to be able to pay 3 months at a time to get the discounted rate, right? So $180 American a year, probably not going to happen. Now, for all the people that say, well, they talked about doing normalized servers, you're right. After they get the game launched, right? After they get the game launched and they have the money to properly do both the translation and the support, then they'll look at, oh, we do data gathering, we do polling. What does it look like? The problem here is, I get, RKH had quite a few large Brazilian goods paying that sub. No, the fuck they didn't. No, please stop. I was on Sulfura. I was on the fucking Brazilian server, right? By bad luck, I ended up on the Brazilian server, okay? They did not pay the sub. They farmed gold for whales. And then you bought Apex. And what the Brazilian community did as a whole is they ran trade packs early on and they made fucking bucket loads of gold because there were like 3,000 of them working together when the system didn't have diminishing returns on gold output. Those sons of bitches would roll up with 50 trade ships, 1,000 people, and everybody had a pack on their back. They generated so much gold, it was disgusting. But they weren't paying that in American dollars. They weren't paying money for their Apex. I'm still waiting for that screenshot. Where's that screenshot? I don't have it on Discord. I don't have it here. Where's the screenshot? I want to see what Margaret said. If you want to see them drop the resource on a South American server, then you need to recruit the numbers to show them that you're worth the capital outlay. Exactly. The other problem is this. Trying to find it. Can you fill 15,000 people? Can you get 15,000 people? Because if you can't fill 15,000 people, you're not even getting one server. And then if you're only going to have one server in a region, and that's 15,000 people paying the full price, by the way. It's 15,000 people paying the full price. If you can't fill 15,000 people paying the full price, right? How you guys realize that Brazilian Portuguese, I shouldn't call it Brazilian because it's Portuguese, but it's Brazilian Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese is not the same translation as Portugal Portuguese. Most of Spanish, you can get by, right? And there is a difference between Mexican and Castellano, right? And that's why Mexicans always laugh at me. And they're like, oh, you school educated, white boy. You school educated. I'm like, hey, but at least I'm fucking trying, right? With that said, you have to, yeah, exactly. You have to translate, like you have to translate according to the region you're putting the server in. It's just like a lot of people have said, the argument I hear is Southeast or Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is like, but if you're doing regionalized servers, what about us? Eastern Europe's like, we're poor as fuck too. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that. You're poor as fuck too, but you're not getting a server. Are you talking about Castellano from Castilla or Castellano as we speak in Castellano as we speak in South America? My Spanish all came from a Argentinian. The whole time I had the same Spanish teacher for like my whole damn life. So my Spanish is very bad after not being a back of the arts teacher for 20 years. I thought about taking Spanish again to knock the rust off, but yeah. You from Argentina? Yeah. I that's where my my grade school, my high school, and my college Spanish teachers were all from Argentina. So got that formal Spanish. And then all my Mexican friends laughed at me. Like, you don't even sound, that's not even Spanish, bro. That's not even Spanish. Like, what do you, you know. Margaret, do you have any information about server in South America? We will have servers. Yeah. We will have servers. We will have servers. Doesn't say in South America. It says we will have servers. From what am I looking at data-wise? Average income, they can afford $15 a month. Still digging though? No, they can't. Stop it. Stop it. She didn't even say they will have servers, and I say we will have servers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes, it is Spanish. Well, you're right. It's Spanish, but it's not Mexican. That's the point. I'm from Chicago, so we have a really big indigenous well, not really anymore. 20 years ago, shit, I'm old. 25 years ago. We had a lot of indigenous Mexicans up in Chicago, and so they spoke Spanish, but they spoke Mexican, and then it's just the same. It's the same difference between go to England and listen to how they speak, and then go to 5 places in America and listen to how they speak. Shit, you can be from America and go to certain parts of this country and be like, wait, what the fuck did they just say? What did they say? I don't know what the fuck they said. I want a Norway only server. I think it's reasonable as Norway is the country searching most. Yeah, Norway is the country searching Ashes of Creation on Google the most. So, yeah, special Norway pricing too. $15 American plus your 20% VAT. By the way, folks, I always try to do this when I talk about the global economy. I always try to remind people, right? I get it that you're mad that the VAT's not included in the price, in American pricing. It's because in America, we add the taxes at the point of sale. You guys have the taxes already rolled in. So, yeah, go ahead, link it. As long as it's not racist. If it's funny, link it. If it's racist, don't link it. I'm not gonna watch it. I might grab it and put it on later. Show it to my wife. Anybody, by the way, just so I can be clear, when I talk about Mexicans and people get all fucking crazy, I'm talking about my wife and my own kids too. Okay? I'm talking about my wife and my own kids. You get another fucking complaint. You made a comment about Mexicans. Yeah, I speak more Spanish than the Mexican children in my house. Fucking disgraceful. Que lástima. Oh, but no, I get that people are mad and they're mad for years. Like, I can't believe I'm paying $120 more than everybody else because of my VAT. Be like, yeah, take that up with your country. Figure out why your country is broke as fuck. Why is your country charging you 20% VAT? I think that is why you should be mad. Don't be mad at Intrepid that they have to charge you the VAT. Be mad at your country that you guys are so fucking broke. It's like, I tried to, and by the way, Europeans, if there's any of you left, I want to remind you guys, a lot of you don't understand this argument. You're like, but at least I get free healthcare. I'd be like, no, you don't get free healthcare. You get government provided healthcare. Every American in this country can buy healthcare. The majority of them are just too fucking stupid to know how to do it. That doesn't mean they can't do it. They can. They're just dumb. We pay for it and we wait a long time. Yeah, they get prepaid healthcare. Yeah, that's exactly how I want to explain it. Europeans have prepaid healthcare. They pay their healthcare whether they use it or not. You pay for, but you guys have a subscription to healthcare. Is really how it works out. You guys have a subscription to healthcare. Whether or not you use it this month, you pay for it for your whole life. A lot of Europeans look at America and say, well, at least I'm not going to be in debt from an ambulance ride. And I say, those stories are the people that are fucking living in places that had a bad education, eating mayonnaise sandwiches, fucking their sisters, that don't take 5 minutes to figure out that if you're poor in our country, if you're poor in America, you literally go to your county benefits office. You go to your county benefits office and you say, I'm poor. And they literally say, okay, give us some information. And then they give you food stamps, they give you rent assistance, and they give you Medicaid. People are like, I didn't know that. Yeah, this is why you come to the Jahlon show. I've had people on this show, broke-ass Americans on this show, talk to me after the show and be like, dude, thanks. I didn't know I qualified for Medicaid. I didn't know I qualified for food stamps. That's how fucked our country is. We don't even teach kids in high school what to do if you're poor. Can you pay the sub from in-game currency? No, because that leads to pay to win. I had no bill after a few trips to the hospital when I was home. And if you have insurance, I've never not had insurance. You just need a permanent address and you can get government assistance. True. In Norway, we pay for our neighbor to be able to live. True. You're not supposed to be poor. You're not supposed to be poor in the US. Yes, true. We don't teach you what to do if you're poor. It's people that really shouldn't qualify that cheese the system. Then the people who need it can't figure it out. Yes. You know what? I'm deeply embedded in the VA, and while I think it's unconscionable how long it takes to get in the system as a disabled vet, the VA services and wait time have greatly improved over the past decade. Yeah, the VA system is greatly improved because a lot of them doctors in the VA that were making top dollar to see like 10 patients a day, they all got investigated, and a bunch of them were like, I'm just gonna give the money back. That's a lot of them doctors, especially the ones doing the VA ratings. They're supposed to be able to see 30 patients a day. They were seeing 8, billing out full rate, and they were like, we're gonna put you in jail. And the doctor's like, money? Did you know our government has no idea what to do when it gets money returned to it? If you guys weren't all Americans, if you weren't familiar with that, our government literally has no idea what to do when we get money back. It's like, what do we do? No one in the US is actually poor. The basic assistance we provide puts our citizens richer than the rest of the world in general. Almost true. Almost true. No one in the US should be poor, but a lot of them lack the means to know where to go to get the government assistance. Like landlords get given money. Hey, I could be making $1,100 a month on the rent in my apartments, but you want me to make them rent controlled. So you're gonna give me $800 a month, and I'm gonna charge them $400 a month, and I'm gonna make $100 more a month than I should have. And as long as I fill out all this paperwork, you're gonna continue to give me increases. Or you fall right on the line. Yeah, but if you fall right on the line, then that takes me back to Dale Carnegie's How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. If you fall right on the line, chances are it's not a lack of money problem you have. It's a money spending problem. I say this, I have met very, very few poor people in my life, right? I have met very few poor people in my life. I have met lots of people who are destitute. I've met lots of people who are destitute, but it's their own fault. But I've met very few honest to goodness, beaten down by the system, poor people. And the ones that I have are the ones that never had a good enough education to know you could go a couple of blocks away and go to the county office and get fucking benefits. You can be poor, but you have assets that set you out of the poverty pool. If you have assets, then you're not poor. That's the problem. If you have assets, you're not poor. Again, it's if you have assets, what assets do you have that stop you from... I've been homeless through no fault of my own. I can say there are situations through poverty, and I haven't said there's not. I haven't said there's not. I said I've met very few people in that situation. Like the little girl who lost 4 toes in my town, her family was destitute through no fault of their own. They were poor through no fault of their own. You can be denied SSI for owning a home, but you can still qualify for SSD. Yes, true. You can be head over heels in debt, but a hospital in America can't turn you away if you're in need of medical assistance. Also true. So we couldn't get assistance till we'd actually lost everything. Yeah. We had assets due to a business in debt. Well, I'm going to tell you right there, not to like shit on you in your history, but if you had assets from a business that was affecting your ability to get personal assistance from the government, then somebody set your shit up wrong. That's again why I tell people all the time, you should always have a business. Everybody in America should own a business. Everybody in America should own a business. You should be able to do something that generates you a little bit of side income, because you can write off so much shit if you own a business, right? If you have a business, you can write off a fucking ton of things. So it was your parents' business and the franchisee bought us into fucked us. Yeah, so there you go. That's you probably, and I don't want to know your situation, but I mean, I don't mind knowing your situation. I'm not going to pry into your situation. Somebody probably pierced the corporate veil and you had assets on hand that said you're technically not poor. That's why you got to make sure that you don't fucking mess that up. In some states, there's a fall through where you make too much money to qualify for assistance, but they're not really high enough to have paid health care. There's a really narrow margin, but I fall in that ribbon myself, where my wife for about 4 years couldn't get help because we couldn't afford to pay the full rate for her health care, but the state only covered our children. The reason for this is because the compensation provided to disabled veterans counts as unearned income. Yeah, that is one thing that needs to change. I 100% agree with you. I advocate for veterans benefits changes all the time. veterans benefits should only be applied to the veteran, not to the family. It is a small segment of people who get fucked because you end up making too much money as unearned income for anybody else in your family to get assistance, but they don't get the medical. Only the veteran gets the VA assistance. So yeah, I 100% agree with you. If Ease was here, he would agree. We've both talked about that. The way they do a lot for the veterans, but they do the wrong things for the veterans. They need to change. They need to not reduce what they're doing for the veterans. They just need to change how they're doing it. That happens here on different accounts for business owners to not go to tier 2, to not get fucked with the expensive and taxes. So a lot of small businesses can or won't grow. Yes, absolutely. We don't have tier 2 here. A lot of people are under the impression in America, makes my fucking head hurt. I hear a lot of people every year around tax time talk about how they stayed just under their tax bracket, so they didn't pay more in taxes. And my head hurts every single time because I say, even if you bumped into that higher tax bracket, you only paid that higher tax bracket on the money you went up into that higher tax bracket for. It's not like you suddenly start paying all that on all of the money you made. Yes, you are in fact in the higher percentage tax bracket, but it's a graduated scale at the beginning of it. It's like people that are so dumb, right? People that are so dumb that they're in a bad tax situation, but they suddenly are fucking MBA tax fucking IRS experts arguing with you. And I always like to end the argument like, well, if you're so fucking smart, why are you in the situation you're in? And then I turn around and walk away. I'm like, I don't need to argue with you. I don't need to argue with you about why you're wrong. If you're so fucking smart, you're an accountant. Make that money. Abe Lincoln said to care for those who borne the battle and for their widows and for their orphans. They specifically exclude spouses and children of surviving benefits because of that quote. Abe, to care for those who have borne the battle and for their widows and for the orphans. They specifically exclude spouses and children of surviving benefits because of that quote. Yes, that's unfortunately that is 100% true. You are better off if you are a military member dying in combat. Your family gets taken care of better if you die in combat than if you're alive and fucked up. You're absolutely right. Took me a minute to realize where you're going with that. So, but yeah, South America people, I am sorry you're not getting a server at launch. Now, you might get a server at launch. The way you get a server at launch, a couple of ways you get a server at launch. Number one, you get a content creator. And believe it or not, on the Ashes of Creation stream team, there is Shirkus, who's a primary Spanish-speaking content creator. Now, I know what you're going to say. That doesn't help me. Well, you got to get a Portuguese content creator if you're from Brazil. And the real shit of it is, like I said, the Ashes of Creation community is bad. The Ashes of Creation community is bad because they don't rally behind several content creators so that those content creators can show Intrepid. They can see where the numbers are coming from. I don't care if people support me because I hate doing self-marketing and self-advertising, but if you're not going to support me and bring your guilds to me so I can answer their questions, take them to somebody. Get a content creator who is either going to advocate for your cause or create a person to advocate for your cause. Find a content creator, because I'll advocate for South America. I'll advocate for South America every day of the week and twice on Sunday for two reasons. For two reasons. See you later. Number one, I'll advocate for a South American server because then it keeps all the Brazilians off of the North American servers. I don't care if they're there. I have met very many nice South American players. However, the average American hates the South American players. The average, not all of them, but a lot of them are stereotypical. They hate South American players because of the things that they supposedly do to the economy. The constant spam from the Brazilians, that is a problem. That's not being stereotypical. That's just that's keeping it real. That happens a lot, right? With that said, let's just go back to this one because it looks sexy. Self-advertising, where can I hear this music? Spotify. Is there a, what did I see? Southeast, what do you mean? Is there a survey or petition for a Southeast server? Southeast server's already guaranteed. Southeast server's coming. Singapore or Kuala Lumpur, I think. If I remember correctly. Southeast Asia. Yeah. Singapore. No, Sydney, Melbourne is oceanic. Singapore is where it's going to be. Sorry, meant BR. What do you mean? Is there a survey petition for a Brazilian server? Every time Steven talked about South America, he used words tentatively yes. Do you know what tentatively means? And back in 2020, he detailed how harmonization would work and they have plans to do it. Not at launch. Fuck. Not at launch. I read all the quotes. I read it. Other server regions will be considered based on interest. South America is under consideration due to traffic from that region. Yes, he did say not at launch. He said not at launch. Once we get closer to launch, we'll update this information, which may include additional regions. Certain regions will have harmonized subscription prices that better reflect their local economies. These regions will be segregated from other regions. Players will be able to make characters on any server they wish. There will be no region locking outside of harmonized regions. So the statement, what do you mean where? It's always been there. Look, I get it. You're mad. You're angry. For fuck's sake. I don't know why you want to fight with me. Ashes of Creation will launch with the following server regions: North America, Europe, Asia, Pacific, SEA, Oceanic, Australia. Those are the only guaranteed servers. Wishful thinking doesn't get you a server. If he didn't say at launch, it's not at launch. It's exclusive. They didn't say, in fact, as I've read to you on that page, South America is under consideration. If it's under consideration, it means not the fuck at launch. I don't know why you want to argue with me. I don't know why the fuck you want to argue with me this. It literally, there's a fucking wiki page that says where the server is going to be, and it literally says South America is under consideration. Oh, is that the clip of him literally saying it?
From the Brazilian community, and I would like to know if you have plans to launch a server for South America. We have plans to address the launch in communities and regions that warrant it through following and participation, right? Community participation.
So I don't know how much clearer that can be. Not at launch. It's not on the launch plan. I don't know why people want to, first of all, if I'm the guy making the decision, the answer is no, because it's not on the yes list. I'm looking at the list. Hey boss, where are we putting servers? North America, South America? No. I'm thinking about South America. No South America. So North America, Europe, Southeast Asia, Oceanic, and CIS. Now CIS isn't on there. All right, CIS isn't on there on their official list. I gotta talk to Lex, because there should be CIS on there, because that's from the holdover from My.Games. People are afraid to say no because they want those subs. See, I say no because I don't want you living with false hope. He says tentatively right after we stop playing the audio. Tentatively. And I have that quote. It's like, why do people want to argue with me? I talk to Steven all the fucking time about the stuff that people bring to me, and guess what? How much better of an answer do you want? How much better of an answer do you want than South America is under consideration? Do you want him to say, like, it's like when you're a parent and your kids are pissing you off. Your kids are like, can we go get ice cream? Yeah, I got to get this done, and then we'll go get ice cream. I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to understand this so I can explain to other people. That you don't explain it to other people because you're biased. You're biased. Have them come to me. I'll explain it to them. Let them hate me when they don't get the answer they want. The problem is that you've said multiple times. That's the second time today you've said, and Steven has said, and you're misquoting them. You gave us a quote that Margaret said. Margaret said, we will have servers. She never said we will have servers in South America. They want him to accidentally say yes one time so they can use that clip exclusively forever. Absolutely, that's what they want to do. That's absolutely why they keep asking him. The answer is, there will be servers in South America if the data shows that they will be able to charge $15 a month. If they won't be able to charge $15 a month, then they'll have to do a second look and say, if we do a harmonized subscription price that better fits the economy, will that work? And remember, if you pay $5 a month American, you can only play on your local server. So the people that are thinking that they're, keep an eye on the world economy, Brazil going to be in the top 5 in the next 5 years. Do you want me to laugh at you? Or do you just want to realize no? Which one? You think that Brazil is gonna grow by $600 billion? Brazil is number 8, by the way. Brazil is number 8. United States, and the United States is basically China, Japan, Germany, India, the United Kingdom, and France all combined. So, yeah, I'm I love the honey badger. Yeah, man, the honey badger in me does this. Ready? This is why. And somebody was talking to me about this earlier today, and I said, I said it simply. I am tired of living in a society where dumbass people walk around and open their mouths, and everybody is like too afraid to be politically incorrect to say that's fucking dumb. Brazil is number 8. But they're number 8, and look at who they have to knock off to get to number 5. They got to knock off number 6 at a minimum to get to 6, and that's the United Kingdom, who just got out from the shackles of the European Union tax nonsense. So, Brazil isn't that poor. $15 would kill them so much I'm confused, but I don't know how much of the data is manipulated. It's simple. I don't know what data you're looking at. However, look at the games Brazilian players play. They play free-to-play games or buy-to-play games. As somebody from Brazil already said once during the show, $180 a year in Brazil. $180 a year in Brazil, American, is the equivalent of 1 month's rent for them. People who are struggling to pay their rent, 1/12 of their rent for the year, or a video game, they're going to play free-to-play games. Now, am I against... I don't want anybody to think that I am against them putting a harmonized server in Brazil. I don't want anybody to think I'm against them putting a harmonized server in South America. I am not against these things. What I am against is people trying to say, but Intrepid said, but Intrepid said, but Intrepid said, but Intrepid said, but Intrepid said. Intrepid never said those things. You can think that they said those things. You can want what they said to mean what you want it to say. The truth of the matter is, they have not said there's going to be a South American server at launch. They've never said there's going to be a South American server at launch. And anybody who tries to say, but he said, I'm going to say, don't worry, Steven, I got this one. You got better things to worry about. Like, go build the fucking game. I got it. They've only committed. I gotta check why CIS isn't on there. I need to find out if that was a My Games thing or if there just is a quote missing. But they've only committed to NA, EU, Southeast Asia, and Oceania. Their commitment to Oceania is so strong that when the problem of Oceanic players playing in Southeast Asia having to route basically from Australia to California back to Southeast Asia, they just usually play on a West Coast server then because their ping is lower. Steven was like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah. And the community from Oceania brought that up and he's like, let me look at that then. And he said, oh, well, we can put a date. There's already an Amazon data center in Sydney. So there's probably no reason why we can't put at least one server in Sydney since Oceania represented 1/3 of the Kickstarters. Aren't hardware prices outrageous in Brazil too? Yes, but I want people to realize in Brazil there's this. There is a really rich class in Brazil that's gamers, and there's a really poor class. We've had them both on the show at the same time, and they argue with each other, and it's basically how things work. The rich people in Brazil don't mind paying $15 American, and they don't mind playing on North American servers. If that's the case, if half of your population is going to play on the North American servers with a $15 a month monthly fee, then that hurts the other 50% of gamers who can't afford $15 a month, because then Intrepid says, well, we already got half of your population on North America. Why do we want to open another server at 1/3 the price and triple the cost? Because now we got to have several Brazilian, South American GMs. We have to have a community manager for that region of the world. We got to do translations. So my colleague from Brazil states there's really only two classes in Brazil, the rich and the poor. The middle class that we have in the US is new to him. Well, let's be honest for a second. In the US, we no longer have a middle class. Okay. We no longer have a middle class. We have a poor class, we have a rich class, and then we have an, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, wealthy fucking motherfucker's gonna have money until the end of time class. I don't think it's fair to put Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Bill Gates, you know, Ted Turner, Warren Buffett. I don't think it's fair to put those guys into the rich, category, because they are stupid rich. How are we defining rich? Saudi Arabia is like 17th in GDP. Correct. Saudi Arabia is like 17th in GDP. Yeah, the 1%ers. I don't even think it's fair to call them the 1%ers, because if you say the 1%ers, that gives like the wrong example of like exclusivity, because on Twitch, I'm a 1%er. On Twitch, I'm a 1%er. I am in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. In fact, I am in the top 0.5% of Twitch streamers. So there's a lot of people in the 1%. Yeah, exactly. 1% of 320 million is 3 million people, and there aren't 3 million super duper dumb rich people in our country. We got a lot of billionaires. We're talking about the top. Yeah, we're not talking about even the top 0.02%. We are literally talking about an enumerated list of about 50 people. So I had to walk out of the room real quick. Be right back. Alrighty. So, Turtle is my godson's nickname. We call my godson Turtle. Also, I want to laugh. My daughter, my 8-year-old, huge Harry Potter fan. My 8-year-old is a huge Harry Potter fan. Absolutely and amazingly huge Harry Potter fan. Santa brought her a Harry Potter castle. It comes with Hermione, and it comes with Hermione and the cat mask for Hermione. Now, does she like the news stories? We haven't introduced her to the new ones yet. Last August in September for the 20th anniversary, we went to the movie theater Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And we watched two Harry Potters back to back to back to back. So I realized I spent more than 24 hours and 4 days in the movie theater, but we haven't shown her the new ones yet. We'll show her the new ones when this next one comes out, then we'll show it to her. I don't like the fact that they did the actor change, but it is what it is. But anyway, she got this big castle from Santa, and then Dad bought her the add-ons to the castle. You know what I hate? I hate toy companies that nickel and dime you. I get that the castle comes with Hermione because it's got the Polyjuice potion bathroom, and it's one of the things. And then they've got these other three it's got these other 3 modules that attach to the castle, and one has Luna, one has Harry, and then the other one has Hermione. It's like, okay, so why doesn't Harry Potter come with the castle? Right? Why doesn't Harry Potter come with the castle? It's literally Harry Potter and 7 movies, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Damn castle doesn't come with Harry Potter. In order to get Harry Potter, you either have to buy a separate module or you have to buy Harry and Cho. And I'm just like, yeah, if they split it up, they can charge more. But it's like, come on. Do you have to nickel and dime me? Yeah, 8 movies. 7. I meant 7 books. Do you have to nickel and dime us? And then if you're gonna do that, can you at least make enough that they're in stock? Now she's happy because she's got 2 Hermiones, Luna, Ginny, Ron, and Harry. So she's a happy kid. Plus, she's a gamer. I'm so proud of her. She games all by herself. She also she typed in Korean to me the other day, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, all of my kids speak multiple languages. Except 1, 2. 2 of my kids don't speak multiple languages, but all of my Takens, all the other kids in my Takens all speak multiple languages. She's typing to me, and I'm like, the fuck? That's Korean. Fucking, you look it up, and I'm like, I go downstairs. She knows how to switch her keyboard into Korean. She knows how to type in Korean. She's teaching herself. I was like, rock on. Be like, just so you know, if you speak Korean, you're gonna be translating these MMOs for me. You're gonna be translating these MMOs as they come in. That's gonna be part of your job. Wow, I got 50 flying rogue scrolls. Nice. Boss defeated, exit event. I thought the new event. When's the new event starting? I thought the new event was starting today. Things get glitchy to starting tomorrow. So I'm glad we finished that map. So we finished that map off. I've been looking for a bit. Saw you were live from the TS Discord. Okay. Nice having you here. Nice having you here. Holy Berserker Scrolls, yeah. I always like when new people show up. I always like first-time callers. With that said, you guys realize that was our 100... Yeah, you can ask another question about the South American server. You can ask a question as long as you're not making an assumption of what Intrepid has said. My digital notepad is almost the size of my screen. Tomorrow, I'm so happy. I don't know what time I'm going live yet tomorrow, guys. I need to I need to see how things are working out, but I'm gonna have the mount for my monitor, so I'll have my other monitor right there. I'm gonna have to figure out how to mount my camera, but I'm gonna be able to actually use, like, without turning my head, so that way I can like lean this way and like look at this monitor, be like, okay, what's up there? Then I'm gonna put a status monitor over here, so I can move all my status stuff to this side. It's gonna be good. I'm excited. So. Yeah, if Hermione's using the time turner, she can use the same time twice. She's in the same time twice. Yeah, my teenager has a time turner. I bought it for her as a souvenir from Universal, so she has a time turner. That was a cool souvenir, kind of on the expensive side, but it's jewelry. So. Says last rounds for questions. So if you have any questions, now is the time to throw them in here. Oh, you shut up. That's me, but you shut up. So she does not know Norwegian. When is my next interview with Steven? I do not have an interview with Steven set up. The reason why is I didn't ask for one for last year because I had to take 10 weeks off. And I don't think it's fair to ask. I don't think it's fair to ask for an interview if you basically took 20% of a year off. If I don't do that now, I'll forget. I'll walk out of the I will walk out of the room, and then tomorrow morning my house will be freezing because the air conditioner's on. So the CEO from Level Up Games, biggest distributor in South America, said on a podcast last year, they were talking with Intrepid about localization for Ashes in South America. Does this indicate a possibility for South America at launch, or it's irrelevant? Well, so you would have to give me a quote, but I want to say this. First of all, that's fucking Bush League on the part of Level Up Games, because Level Up Games shouldn't be saying shit all. Number two, you can't believe him because Intrepid hasn't. If Level Up Games is going to say something and Intrepid doesn't echo the statement, then it's in Portuguese though. Why do you make the assumption I don't speak Portuguese? Why are we so presumptuous? The guy that I banned on my channel, he got banned on my channel for calling me an idiot. Says the owner of this channel is an idiot, and he said it in Portuguese. I ended up sending him a whole thing in Portuguese. How do you know? I had to go to my daughter for it. One of my daughters speaks fluent Portuguese. That's the wonderful thing about transcripts. But I don't think that the CEO from Level Up Games should be saying anything if the parent company hasn't said anything. They upgraded Unreal Engine 5, which will take 20% of a year, so it evens out. Yeah, funny. So, literally, I don't believe the guy from Level Up Games because Steven's never echoed. She speaks fluent No, the one daughter, the daughter that speaks Portuguese only speaks Portuguese and English. She doesn't speak anything else. My linguist daughter doesn't speak Portuguese. It's one of the few she doesn't. She says there's no money in it. She speaks languages where there's money in them. But no, Intrepid Studios has made no comment about Level Up Games doing anything for them. So, also, Intrepid Studios, I'll grab that. Level Up Games can be in talks with Intrepid Studios. They can be calling Intrepid Studios and saying, we would like to do this for you. That doesn't mean Intrepid Studios has said anything back to them. This is the first time I'm hearing of that. I will bring that to Intrepid's attention. But yeah, there's a lot of times shit like that happens. Yeah, we're in talks with them. We asked. Also, doing localization doesn't mean, again, it doesn't mean you're going to have it at launch. Because right now, nobody's doing any localization on anything Ashes. Nothing's at the point where it's ready to be localized. So Intrepid may have reached out to him and said, hey, when and if we decide. But since Level Up Games is the distributor, I don't think Level Up Games is going to want to do the localization without the distribution. And Intrepid doesn't seem like it. Intrepid doesn't appear as if they want to use anybody for distribution. So it's the first I've heard of that. I'll ask Steven. In fact, I will do this right now. I won't get an answer in the next 5 minutes, but I might get an answer sometime in the future. The hell? But no, it doesn't. Even with that, it still doesn't mean you're going to have a server at launch. You still aren't. Until you hear from Intrepid Studios, we are doing a server for you at launch. You don't have a server at launch. Until you hear from it, right now you don't even have a server for South America. And I know that's not the answer people want to hear, right? Right now, you don't even have a server. You don't have a guarantee you have a server ever. You don't have a guarantee you have a server at launch. You don't have a guarantee, period. They're not at that point that they've made that decision. So, let's see. Would you be okay if Intrepid offers server transfers if they open up regional server post-launch? No, absolutely not. No server transfers, period. Ever, period. Ever, period. No server transfers. What you built on this server here doesn't transfer to this server here. It's a different world. Case in point, even if they transfer only the character and nothing else, you still have your skills. You leveled up gathering on a server to max level on a server that had trees. Now you go to a new server, you're a max level gatherer, you're not competing for trees to get to level 50 with new people, and then that other server you're missing on that other server. No server transfers ever, period. You should just accept the fact you need to start anew. Absolutely. There should never be server transfers, and most certainly never server transfers to a new server. Ever. Just make a new character. But I lost all my progress. Yes, you did. That's how that works. With that said, I want to remind people, it is very, 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 very important. It is absolutely important to not run around and say something. Remember, it's ripples in a lake when you throw in a stone. Don't say Intrepid said. This is the wrong show to do that shit on. Don't say Intrepid said unless you can show me a quote where Intrepid said. I understand the enthusiasm. I understand the hype. I understand that you want to finally be treated right by a game company because you haven't been in neither of any of us. But I shut that shit down very harshly because that's the standard on my show. If you want to bring me something, give me an empirical quote. I saw the quote from Margaret, didn't say what was said. Got a quote from Steven said this, went into it, didn't say this. Make sure you're not hurting the boss's signature. Because if you, like, obviously Nova now has the lion's share of the work. Nova has to go back into the fucking South American community and start fighting back and being like, yeah, I don't know if Nova said there's going to be a South America server, but now Nova's got to go back and be like, oh, fuck. All right, guys, I said shit I shouldn't have said. Everything I said is fucking bullshit. I went to another streamer, got information. We got to realign the expectations. We got to realign the expectations now. We don't have a server guaranteed at launch. I do have a quote. I do have a question in for Steven. He may answer me today. He doesn't look like he's online. It's 6:00 his time. He might be driving home from work. So always be careful. If you're going to say a company said X, make sure you have a quote. And I am always available if somebody wants to bounce a quote off me and say, do you think this means this? Overpromise and underdeliver is a great way to kill your show. Underpromise, overdeliver and I owe you an answer on that, is much better. With that said, tomorrow we're going to do something to try to raise a bunch of money for the company. Be on the lookout. I don't know what time that's going to start. Be on my Discord looking for pings, and make sure you follow the channel and you have the notification on. I will see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we're going to raise about $2,700. See you guys then.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?